Good evening. It is 5:30. Are we good on technology, everybody? All right, cool. Okay, at this time, I'd like to call the Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Services Committee to order. May we please have a roll call for attendance?
Yes. Greg Schneider,
Present.
Megan Miller,
Present.
Jawan Winfield.
Present.
All members are present.
Thank you very much. All right, next item is to approve the agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved by Winfield, seconded by Schneider. Any discussion? Hearing none, all of those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, that takes us to the approval of the minutes. Would anybody like to make a motion to approve the minutes from, to approve the minutes from the March 21st Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Services Committee meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved by Winfield, second by Schneider. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Thank you. All right, that takes us to item 2A, recommendation for our K-8 math adoption. This is for just discussion and information.
Good evening. So we have two informational pieces about two adoptions tonight. That's our math curriculum and then our K-4. Both have been running pilots all year, which were, approved earlier. And so our ask is just for informational, and then the next time we'll come to you at the next board meeting and ask for it to be moved to the consent agenda. And then the other item is our summer school, and I can give you a little update, not much to update, unfortunately, with the grant stuff. And then that's to move to consent agenda tonight. So our first thing that we have coming up is the recommendation for our K-8 math adoption. And I just want to preface this with two things. One, both of these adoption recommendations come within our 5-year curriculum renewal calendar, so we're right in sequence with that, so that's exciting. And then the other piece that I just have to say, because I'm like a proud mama bear about this, some of the work that we actually did as a team with this math pilot in pulling our student data and qualitative data to inform instructional materials was submitted to the NCTM National Conference in Washington, D.C. And so we will have lead presenters presenting at that national conference next fall. And so I say that to say that obviously locally we're proud of the work that we do for the School District of Beloit, but this work is right on the cusp of what's relevant and innovative happening in the educational landscape across the country. So I really just wanted to lift up the work that this team has been doing when they get to that piece of this, because the piece that we did with that was really important in some of the decision making and the visioning for mathematics in the School District of Beloit. So here is Kelly, Dr. Gorod, and Meredith is here with her to talk about their work and then their recommendation. Yep.
I told her I was going to blush if she did that. So, so we are here tonight to make a recommendation for our K-8 core curricular resource adoption. So in 2021, the state adopted new math standards. And one of the important features of those new standards is that they really laid out some instructional and assessment principles through what they call the instructional shifts that are a part of those standards. So we do use those standards for our current curriculum, but we've been really paying attention to the first two of these shifts, which are new, fostering and helping students develop their mathematical identities and helping students become more flexible users of mathematics so that they can really understand the world around them. And I bring these forward because these shifts really then helped inform the vision statement that we brought forward last year and that we've shared with you a few times now. And together, the instructional shifts and the vision statement really framed up how we thought about our pilot materials and then how we went about leading a pilot and thinking about what we need to adopt going forward. So we are really committed to helping students not only raise their level of proficiency, but see themselves as lifelong math learners and confident in their math learning so that they will continue to grow even after they leave us at school. So with that, Meredith and I have been really operating with our logic model that we shared with you during our updates, and a theory of action. And that theory of action really helps center the work that we're doing, and you'll see, hopefully see this reflected in the recommendation that we're making. So our theory of action is if we help create safe learning environments for students to explore their mathematical ideas, and if we really adopt and use high-quality instructional materials, if we engage students in fewer but deeper and meaningful problems that help them connect their learning across grade levels, and if we provide opportunities for students to collaborate around problem solving, engage in discourse, and really have opportunities to reflect and revise their thinking, and we couple that with strong supports for teachers so that we help teachers be confident in the math that they're trying to teach, the resources that they're trying to use, and the pedagogical practices that they're employing in their classroom, then we will create a math system that helps us meet our vision, that really helps our students develop into those confident math learners. So we see the core adoption as a piece of a broader mathematical system. It's an important piece, but it's one piece of what we're trying to build out as a system, and we know this system has to close gaps. Like, we are well aware that we have gaps to close, and this is going to be a key piece, one of the links in the chains to trying to close those gaps.
All right, so like we have mentioned before, we are piloting 2 programs, one being Eureka Math Squared and one being Illustrative Math. These 2 programs are similar in a lot of ways. They really focus on student collaboration and discourse, high intensity, deep-ended, open-rooted math problems, which really get students to think about the math. The structure of instruction is very similar. The assessment materials are similar. But what's different is how the materials and the problems are presented to students and the materials that teachers are given to help really drive that instruction. Both programs have been reviewed by Ed Reports and are both meeting expectations across all grade levels, so K-8. In the next few slides, we're really going to talk about the data that we collected on both programs and then come forward with our recommendation. So the first piece of data that we collected was with student focus groups and some of the outcomes with those students. So we conducted 71 student interviews this year throughout all classrooms that are in a pilot. We included 2 middle school students that actually started the school year using one program and then throughout the year moved to the other program. So it was really interesting to hear their take on the 2 different programs. In general, what we found is students were happier doing math this year using either of these pilot materials than our current curriculum that we use, but there was no real significant difference between the 2 programs. When we looked at student outcomes using our MAP growth that we use throughout the year, we do see a slight edge towards Eureka Math Squared with their growth scores. Another piece of data we collected was doing learning walks throughout all the pilot classrooms. Here, again, we went to 57 classrooms, and there wasn't a large difference between the 2. However, there is a slight edge, again, towards Eureka Math Squared. The biggest thing that we learned is that there is definitely more collaboration with students. There's more productive struggle compared to our previous curriculum. And the engagement that we saw students having within the classroom is definitely higher using these resources than what we currently have. The big thing that we came away from with the learning walks really helps us inform that professional learning that we are going to be implementing for next year with coaching and the learning rounds and stuff like that that you'll hear us talking about, and the meaningful checks for understanding that we really want our teachers to engage in next year.
So in addition to learning walks and collecting student data, as you can see, we were edging a little towards Eureka Math Squared, but we hadn't seen anything either in our classrooms or heard anything from our students that really pushed us in a particular direction. So in February, when we did our teacher focus groups, we were really curious to figure out what was going to come from those because we hadn't made a decision yet. And what we did is we gathered the teachers by grade level so that they could actually talk across programs. And we asked them a set of questions, let them talk to each other, and we took notes as we went along. And then we followed those focus groups up with some surveys so that we could collect some qualitative information from teachers, particularly if teachers had something that they wanted to share that they didn't feel like sharing in that big public forum. So with all that data in hand, we created empathy maps. And if you're not familiar with an empathy map, it's a way to really look across qualitative data and think about, like, what are teachers saying about our program? How do they think about the program? How do they feel about the program? And what are they actually doing in their classrooms with the program? So you kind of put relative pieces of information into those 4 quadrants, and then you look for themes. And so from those themes, we were able to actually see some pretty significant differences between the 2 programs, and that's what I want to share here. So with our teacher feedback, in illustrative math, teachers reported that students, by and large, like the program and were doing pretty well with the program. They were doing the math learning that we expected of them. The teachers talked about seeing ways to teach math that they hadn't thought about before or maybe hadn't seen before. And so that was really encouraging. That program really helped them think about mathematics a little bit differently. But the illustrative math program is a bit more open-ended in its teacher resources, and they found that overwhelming and frustrating. And actually, one of our teachers, we have a quote up there, one of our teachers said to us, "You don't want to hear this, but please don't adopt this program. Don't adopt this one." And we took that to heart. Again, in our kindergarten and 8th grade classrooms, some of the teachers were feeling the need to modify the program to get it to work either with their students or within the classroom constraints, time, whatever it took. And so at the end of the day, the illustrative math program had some pretty big gaps that we were worried about overcoming even with professional development. So in general, the teacher supports just weren't quite as accessible for our teachers. In contrast, Eureka Math Squared, again, students were doing pretty well with the program. We had one teacher who, every time we see her, likes to tell us that her students say, "I love math," which is always heartwarming to hear. The students were doing pretty well with this program. Again, teachers were seeing math in a different way and using higher leverage strategies, some research-backed strategies that they maybe hadn't thought about or tried before. But teachers find this particular program more accessible. And one of the ways that we know that is the way that they talk about their preparation and how they're working together to plan for instruction. And we could see through some other activities that we've done with teachers that when they're asked to do unit internalization, which is one way to get real clarity on what we're supposed to provide instruction on, the teachers who are using Eureka Math Squared can get to that clarity and name the learning progression really well, and they can sustain that over time. So even if there's not a coach or one of us in the room, they can work together to do that work. And for us, that's really important because we want our teachers to feel comfortable, we want the materials to feel accessible, and we want them to get to that instructional clarity really quickly. One of our teachers actually told us during the focus groups, she would choose this program 100 times before going back to Go Math. And that was really important for us to hear because this teacher actually was one of our stronger proponents for Go Math. So we really appreciated that comment. There were some challenges associated with this program that we will need to work on, but by and large, they're related to materials. Ease of being able to get materials into the teacher's hands that either took a long time to cut apart or print and those kinds of things. So those are things that we can work on and fix. So with that, our recommendation is going to be to adopt Eureka Math Squared for grades K through 8 as our core curriculum resource. One thing I do want to note about this adoption is that if we make this adoption, it will necessitate a change in how our middle school advanced math coursework runs. So that's kind of the one downside of this program. The way the scope and sequence works is that all students in 6th grade get 6th grade and some 7th grade standards embedded, and that is across the board. They kind of take a universal extension for all approach in 6th grade. And then in 7th grade, they differentiate into advanced math and 7th grade math. So at the end of the day, if students are interested in being in 8th grade algebra, that pathway is still open. It just starts in a different place in this program. The estimated cost for adopting this program would be $750,000 over the next 5 years. The initial first year is $210,000. And then each additional year, because we don't have to buy the manipulative kits and some of those other materials, we anticipate $135,000. And that would include digital access for teachers, the manipulatives for the classroom, teacher books, access to the assessment platform, and then some ongoing professional learning experiences. And then we have also, I'm not going to go into great detail here unless you have questions, but we have also come up with a 3-year implementation plan so that we can help teachers feel confident in adopting this resource. So we're gonna emphasize learning and mastering different things in different years. And we have some additional professional learning experiences that we've identified to make sure that our teachers feel confident with the content that's in this program.
All right, so some of the key features that really helped us and the teachers lean towards Eureka Math Squared. The first being that there is some pretty high-level connection unit overviews at the beginning of each unit, and this helps teachers see what this unit is building on from previous knowledge. So if I'm a 3rd grade teacher, it'll show me what in 2nd grade the students learned that are helping support the learning for 3rd grade. It also has problems presented in a pretty logical manner that starts with some lower level and then scaffolds them up to the high level. The great thing about this is we've been taking a lot of professional learning ourselves, and the strategies that are built within this program are those current research strategies that are really highly effective for student learning in math. There is some great resources for teachers that really show what is proficient in all the math standards, and then what is the partially proficient, and then where would our advanced students be performing. And finally, there is some really great lesson connections to art and social studies and other great embedded resources within here that make the learning truly engaging for students. And when you walk into the classroom, those students are like, I love math. The lesson within each unit is structured very similar. So the lesson goes from a fluency, launch, learn, land, and this extends from kindergarten all the way through 8th grade. So students get that predictive nature, and it helps teachers really build on routines that were established in lower grade levels. With the fluency, it's usually some quick math that is going to be used within that lesson, so students can just make sure they're putting on those math hats. The launch is the hook that really draws kids into learning and wanting to figure out and engage in the deep problems that they're going to be doing that day. The learn is really that meat of the lesson where you'll start with some low-level problems, and as the kids collaborate together, they get to that higher level deep math that we want students to be engaging in. And then the land is kind of that wrap-up, that end of the lesson, checks for understanding to make sure that students really got what that lesson is wanting them to do. Key thing to note here is the lessons within the module and within the grade level spiral so that students get multiple opportunities throughout the year to engage with the math standards. It's not just this lesson is the only one to obtain mastery of a standard. They'll see the standard throughout the entire school year.
So this is how we envision our math system going forward. So for kindergarten through 8th grade, our core resource would be Eureka Math Squared. We would support the adoption of and the implementation of this resource with professional learning, some new coaching models, some support from the Math Institute of Wisconsin for professional learning around content and pedagogy. We would continue to use Imagine Math as our supplemental resource. And then as we talked about the last time we were here in our updates, we would continue to do the assessment and progress monitoring and the program evaluation, both looking at student outcomes data and then some of that other qualitative data that we've begun to collect and have looked at over the last few years. And then finally, this is our anticipated timeline. So if the board were to approve our recommendation, We would work to try to get those materials so that we can have them here over the summer and distributed to schools by the start of the school year. We would use some of our summer month time to really update some of those key teacher resources, things like pacing guides and report card documents, some of our supplemental materials that we provide to teachers. And then, like I said, we're really looking at this as a 3-year cycle of implementation, where we really focus on that fluency, launch, learn, land structure for the first year. We think about math language routines, which help students really develop that academic language and support the discourse that happens in the classroom within year 2. And then year 3 would really be about adaptation and differentiation to individualize the learning environment for students. And then, of course, in years 4 and 5, we'd be continuing to gather information and kind of monitor the system. And this way, we can really get into that continuous improvement cycle, looking at all of these different structures. So with that, we are done, and we are happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you so much for this very thorough presentation. I have very few questions, but I just want to, are you good, Board Member Winfield? Go ahead. Perfect. Yeah, again, this is phenomenal, and I just want to, I have one clarifying question. How many student interviews did you conduct in total? So the 71 was like during the implementation, but wasn't there like 100 something before?
Yep. So over the last 2 years, we've done close to 225 focus. We've had 225 students participate in focus groups. Yep.
I just wanted to make sure I had that accurate, because I know like 71, I know that's just got to be for a snippet.
Yep.
I have another clarifying question that's going to make you blush. What is the name of this amazing thing that you're presenting at? I missed it. It was like initials.
So NCTM is the National Council for Teachers of Mathematics. It's the sort of big national conference for math teachers, and it happens annually. So we will be presenting how we're trying to elevate stakeholder voices in developing our math systems.
So when and where is this?
Washington, D.C.
Fun. Oh my gosh, I'm so jealous. That's amazing. Okay, and then last question would be, in future presentations, I'm just like, one thing that just is like for the committee that I would love to hear more about like down the road is like, how is that impacting and what does it look like currently for like our interventions for math K through 8 and 9 through 12? I know
Absolutely.
we have them and they're good. I'm just curious to see like what impact, if any, that has.
Yep, we will absolutely share that.
That's all I got. Thank you so
All
much.
right, thank
And
you.
thanks for all this work.
Just for you educators too, that's called design thinking for liberatory mindsets. So when you do that empathy mapping, that's really an equity strategy. And then when we think about our strategic plan, how we're lifting BIPOC voices to inform decision making, that's a way that we're methodology that we're doing through those empathy groups. And then that actual like mapping is like, what does the candidate look like, or what does the person look like? So what does that teacher look like? So that one was like, do not adopt. That was through that protocol that is provided through the design thinking for liberatory mindsets.
Thank you for that information.
I thought you might want to know that.
I just-
It's your thing, right? Yeah. And so now we're going to move into the 4K adoption, and I want to lift up, and I'm not going to steal Rochelle's thunder here, but I do want to lift up that something that's really important is that we have a 4K material adoption that aligns to some of the systems, structures, or frameworks that go with our K-5 ARC and now our potentially our Eureka Math. Because when we have our students attending 4K, we want to have some continuity, and the piece that she's going to go forward with, we did find some of that continuity versus kind of like being on an island unto yourself. And so I want to stress that point as you're thinking through what she's talking about, like because we want coherence and vertical alignment. And so because some of those other programs like ARC and Eureka don't have a 4K, otherwise we just would extend down and use that, we had to find something separate. And so how does that align, approach, routines and procedures, assessment, like all of those pieces? Okay.
All right.
Let me pull it up for you.
Okay. Sure, that'd be perfect if you could drive for me. Hello, good evening. I'm Rochelle Elliott, Director of Professional Development and Early Literacy. As Kelly's bringing up the presentation, some of the things that we had talked about last fall when you approved the pilot was our considerations for adoption. Is making sure we're focusing on the whole child, looking at literacy, math, still doing educational centers, looking at handwriting, fine motor, vocabulary, and social and emotional. Also wanting to bring in some sort of a method assessment, because that's required from Department of Public Instruction, that we have an early literacy screener, making sure it has great usability for staff. And then we are required to do 87.5 hours of family engagement. So how do any of the materials that we purchase help to get us to that goal and make things user-friendly while bringing in the parents into the curriculum that we're working with at that time? So some of the instructional components and some of the shifts that we might be looking at, 1 and 2 really address what Teresa was saying about making sure that our materials align with the math and the reading vision. We always, for number 3, want students to see themselves in the materials that we're purchasing. Looking at family engagement. And number 5, intentional teacher applies best practices in balancing a variety of whole and small group experiences. Making sure that we are looking at social emotional learning and how is that embedded within the early childhood materials. Looking at assessment. How does brain development work into the materials, and encouraging wiring of the brain to make sure we have strong experiences, and how do we bring vocabulary in to our little learners' lives and be emphasizing that. So when we look at a theory of action, we want a 4K system to, and I put accelerate students, and it's really more about helping them reach their potential and to be ready for kindergarten. So if we create a safe learning environment for students to explore math, literacy, language, social emotional ideas through hands-on learning, and we bring in high-quality instructional materials that are related to the state standards. Just to note, the state standards for 4K are supposed to be updated this next year, but the WEMLs should be very similar to what we have right now. If we engage students in developmentally appropriate contexts using academic language that not only values the experiences kids have and creates new experiences, like if they don't know about bees and bugs and something else, we're bringing those experiences in. And we provide families with engaging activities for their child that relates back to those academic lessons. And if we help teachers feel confident in using strong pedagogical early learning practices, then we will create a 4K system for all of our students to be confident learners and to be prepared for kindergarten. So we had 2 sets of curriculum that we had 7 classrooms piloting. We had creative curriculum, which is the materials we have right now was the 5th edition, and we brought in Frog Street. So some of the aspects, the new aspects of creative curriculum, they have some new units. They condensed the units down. They had strong lesson plan documents, family engagement materials, and DLI. And it's a very child-directed free play pedagogy. They like 60 minutes of free play every day for students. For the Frog Street, it has a really strong math scope and sequence as well as literacy and cycle of foundational skills. In ARC, they have a morning message. In Frog Street, they also have a morning message that is very strategic and goes with the science of reading. Why are you writing in front of the student, and you are talking about how you're forming those letters, and it's related back to the curriculum. They also have 4-week thematic units. It's units like Friends and Family and On the Move and Amazing Creatures. They have an embedded assessment with math and early literacy and early writing and cell and physical development. And they have a beginning, middle, and an end. And we'll be able to use that for our DPI early literacy screener and for math. Like right now, we don't really have a systematic math assessment that we're using. This would satisfy that. It has very strong embedded social emotional learning throughout the day. They start off with a greeting circle on how you come into the day, and it teaches behavior strategies. It ends with the closing circle. They're very intentional with what they're doing to develop the whole child. I'll just give a little side note. I was in one of the pilot classrooms, and they were doing a math activity, and they were doing some tallies on how many boys and girls were in the classroom. And one of the boys was noticing that there were more girls, and they were going to have more tally marks on the girls' side. And he was very upset. More tallies, like he's yelling, more tallies, more tallies. And the teacher's like, okay, what would we like to do, our balloon breathing, or would we like to do our star? No, more tallies, 5 frame. And it was like, nope, she brought in, these are the balloon breathings, here are the posters to talk about those social emotional strategies. Super cute. And the Frog Street is completely bilingual with DLI materials, and it has handwriting instruction that goes along with that. Some of the deltas for creative curriculum, they do not have a systematic assessment. I've talked with the company, they've talked with me, they asked me if I could be a part of some of their developing of assessments, and they're like, when do you need that? I'm like, yesterday. So they do identify that is something that they need to bring into that. They also, at this time, don't have like a sequence for math and for those lessons. They do have an additional ALS PALS package for SEL, and they would have some printing of some monthly materials. Frog Street is not as open, and I'll talk about that on the next slide, with free educational play. They have more center-based, but I guaranteed the teachers that there would be free play within that day, and we found some places for that. They also need to have some materials that are printed monthly, and they need a little bit of a assessment rubric for their name writing. Just a couple of the things to look at. Early childhood materials don't necessarily get a ranking on ed reports. And the only thing I can say is that it doesn't make enough money. Like, not as much, it doesn't cost as much as like ARC or Eureka Squared. But there are several states who have done their own studies, and both Creative Curriculum and Frog Street are highly rated. So you can read the comments from the pilot teachers and some of the other teachers that were in the presentations. I'm just going to skip down to the bottom about some of the questions and concerns that teachers had about going to Frog Street. And there is a little bit of a change in pedagogy, because we are doing, instead of 60 minutes of free play, we will have literacy and math centers. So they'll have a math activity, they'll go into a math center where they're going to play with attribute buttons or pattern blocks, connecting cubes, counting bears, a 5 frame. And so they will do some of those lessons in a small group, as in the kids are still at tables, but the teacher's kind of providing activities for that math activity. But then when we flip, they can go and do some free educational play still. The literacy centers will have a lot of work with letters and sound tubes. They'll have some guided and some shared writing, as well as vocabulary. So that's a little bit of a difference, is that the creative curriculum that we're using now doesn't have small group centers for those literacy components. And those literacy components for the small groups will help to form those foundational literacy and reading and math skills for our students to be prepared for kindergarten. And when we're looking at things, we can make sure we still have free play. I said I've purchased a lot of money in kitchens and all these other materials that's not going to go away, that is still completely healthy, and we want kids to learn through play. So there'll be time for that in the practice centers and during some STEAM time. The next slide has some of the Frog Street scope and sequence that I was completely in awe with, and how they really were thinking through how math comes into early childhood, when we're introducing letters to students, how that sequences out. What does that look like to support early learners with their academics? We also have a little bit of a screenshot of their academic platform where we can do beginning, middle, and end of the year, and it will graph students where they're at, and we can use that for our professional learning communities. When we're looking at the key elements of our system, there we go. Looking at our core resource being Frog Street, professional learning, I'd like Frog Street to come in and do some of that professional learning. I did keep the Math Institute of Wisconsin on there. It's more of a wish list. They worked with us this year, but I would also like to possibly work with them next year as teachers dig more into the materials and those math instructions. Supplemental resource, we would like to keep Heggerty for our phonemic awareness. We'd like to see how strong the Frog Street is before we don't use that material. They do have a handwriting component. We have been using handwriting without tears. The pilot team talked about that they would like to try the Frog Street handwriting at least for 1 year to see how that works with that, and if not, we would like to go back and use handwriting without tears. Using the assessment from Frog Street and making sure we're looking at our program evaluation through learning walks, surveys, and there's some really great administrator checklists to kind of go through, and checklists for teachers, like they're not going to implement everything right away, right? Like, what are those sequence steps and learning new materials? So looking at our timeline, as we go to the first committee meeting here, then we come back, we'd like to make those purchases this summer, so we have them for teachers. We would like to work on some curriculum documents, pacing guides, and supplemental materials, look at revamping the report card. We also need to take into the fact that the Wisconsin might come out with an updated WEMLs, so how does that factor into that? Getting some professional learning, working on how our family engagement and outreach with the new materials can be worked into the activities that teachers already have. How can we bring that, the data into PLCs and evaluating the program, and then next year looking at the handwriting without tears, Heggerty, purposeful people, how do all of those work into that? Looking at the cost, Frog Street and Creative Curriculum were very similar in costs. We already have 4 kits purchased. The yearly website is $100. For Creative Curriculum, their yearly website was $1,000, but otherwise they were pretty much similar. The assessment costs for kids are $12.99 per child, but that's also reimbursable by the state. And professional learning is about $3,500 for a 4-hour block, and that's pretty typical for professional development. So, any questions, comments on our 4K pilots?
Thank you so much for the presentation. Board Member Winfield, you're good. Board Member Schneider?
I have no questions, but just more comments that on both presentations, and for all of you, how much work you have put into looking at and evaluating these programs as you bring them forth, and to really talking with the students as they use them. I think both of these, with the presentations and the information we have, are going to be great assets to our district and really do what this community is asking us to do, which is to improve the academic achievement and the whole child, which we're looking for. So great. Thank you all for a lot of work to do this. I look forward to what's coming next. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to echo that comment. I do have a couple questions. I want to appreciate that you're maintaining Haggerty. It's phenomenal, and I like the way, that way we have like a safe rollout that prioritizes.
Yes.
That piece is very wise, and I really appreciate that. So some questions, since this is for information only tonight, and then it'll come back and then it'll go to the full board. So a couple of things that may come up. So like, to what extent does this play kind of like with trauma-informed, like best practice? Could you speak to that a little bit, please?
So the social emotional learning really brings in how kids can strategize through the day if they're having conflict, or if they're not getting along with a friend. And so that comes in the morning meeting and then in the closing circle. We are still going to keep with the purposeful people that the district has, and so that has their responsibility in those weekly things. But some of those terms exactly go into Frog Street. I had to ask, like, are you guys working together? Are you the same company? Like, how do you do belly breathing when you're upset? How do you deal with conflict? And so it really does a nice job of using Becky Bailey's conscious discipline with students and teachers.
That is wonderful. Yeah, I feel like we should all start all of our meetings like this morning meeting that you described. It sounds amazing. Another question that I just want to...
I would just add, Megan, before you add, is to think about executive function, right? So when you think about executive function at 4K and like self-regulation, so if this is aligned to that, right, then it's aligned to purposeful people. So early on, right, when our kids are getting their first schooling experiences, they're getting things now that will be more in alignment to what we're doing in those upper grades to develop executive functions.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much for adding that. That's wonderful. And again, I'm just asking questions to, so everybody can calibrate in case these things come up, because sometimes they do.
Yep.
Cool. Another question I had, so with the child-directed play, I did notice that in the presentation. I think you did a really nice job addressing that. And I just think like in future, updates as we get them, personally, I'd love to hear some feedback from teachers. Like, do they feel like they're still getting enough child-directed play, or that they have the flexibility. You don't want to be too flexible, I realize, when you're rolling out a new curriculum, but I would just love to hear more about that, just to, because I think it's a really important issue, and I really appreciate how you gave context to that.
And when teachers would talk with me, it was like as we were going through, one of them said, I know we're going with Frog Street, right? Like they saw what their other coworkers were doing, and they're like, I know I'm going there, but we have to make sure that we're keeping the play. Absolutely, we've worked too hard to make sure that we have playtime for kids, and it's just not like free. It's structured educational play that they're working on. So we're making sure we're going to keep that. So I'll bring that back to next board presentations.
I appreciate that so much. Thank you. And then lastly, just because I think it may come up at the full board meeting if it gets pulled off for whatever reason, could you talk about the cost benefit analysis kind of that you did of, we really want to go to this new curriculum now, but we know the standards are changing. Can you kind of talk us through like why is this the year to do it?
So we are probably 4 years past where we should have done a curriculum renewal. So our materials definitely are well loved throughout the years. So really doing a revamp of materials. I do not anticipate that the standards are going to change so significantly that these would not go with those. We're still talking about math, we're talking about literacy, we're talking about the whole child, social emotional, and so it will align into what we're doing. We're not making significant pedagogical switches.
No, that's perfect. Thank you so much. And I have a 4K'er right now, and she's doing great. And I'm thrilled to hear about all of these improvements that we're going to get. Really appreciate just the time and all of the thoughtfulness that went into bringing this to us.
Thank you.
So the next time when we come, we'll be asking for action on that. And actually, it's under the policy for $100,000 piece, but because it's a core instructional change, then we'll be asking for to be moved to the consent agenda and the board to approve that.
Perfect. Thank you so much. All right. So that was all for our information and discussion items. That takes us to kind of category 3 action items. The only one tonight is summer school for 2023. Thank you so much.
Okay, so I am coming tonight to ask for action to approve our summer school programming and then to move it to the consent agenda for the board to vote. We had to, I'm living in this spinny top waiting from DPI. When we applied for the grant, which anyone that knows me for 30 seconds knows that drives me crazy because I'm like a taskmaster project management person and like to just get things done. And so waiting on DPI for an additional month to figure things out has been pressing on my patience. So I'm growing. They originally said when we applied for the grant that it would come in April. I thought, okay, great. Moving right along, here we are. And so now, they said the end of March, and now they're telling us the end of April. So what that means is not bad. When we, as I aforementioned, when we applied for the grant, really we had a lot of things already in place with our summer school programming, so it made some of the applying easier. So the way that we have approved and run our summer school with the A path and the we path programming, A for academic, we for wellness and enrichment opportunities, has really satisfied what they considered. We used a rubric for high quality summer school programming. And then with that grant funding, if we get that, then that'll be some of that aspirational things that we can look into. And that grant is for 2 years. So if we don't pull off all the things in the first year, we'll be able to get to it the second year, because I am passionate about those pieces. And I know the people that helped to write the grant are as well. And so some of those things will be like providing additional transportation so that we could have that all-day programming options with Welty and Merrill and Boys and Girls Club. And then looking at some of those other things like the driver's education for potentially 15 to 20 students, those types of things. So if you do not have any other questions, or I'm more than happy to answer any questions, I'm just asking for the consent to move it forward. We did have to move the registration date from the 21st to the 28th. I apologize, but that's kind of, again, that space I'm in waiting to hear back, and then also with all of the staffing conversations and movement with our reconfiguration, we just wanted to make sure that we had principals for summer school, and then the staffing conversation start and all of that, which we've been, thank you to Rochelle, also been working diligently on that as well. So any questions?
Thank you. Any questions, board members? No, thank you so much. I know this is a lot to put together, and we can all practice our balloon breathing
Right.
while we're patient with DPI. So thank you, Ms. Elliott, for teaching us that. No, perfect. That sounds great. And
Especially me.
we're in solidarity, though. We'll all do it together. So would anybody like to move to recommend approval to the full Board of Education, the proposed 2023 summer school programming that we heard extensively about at our last meeting?
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Schneider, second by Winfield. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much for everything.
Thank you.
That takes us to category 4, next meeting date for meeting closing. Our next meeting date will be Tuesday, May 16th at 5:30. Before we adjourn, I know we'll probably do this as a full board, but I would just like to offer an appreciation for Board Member Winfield. You have brought so much depth and compassion and wonderful energy and vision and direction to this committee. And on behalf of the committee, I just want to offer that appreciation to you and just thank you so much for all that you have done and will continue to do for kids in our community.
Thank you so much. We still got a lot of work to get done, so I'm not going anywhere. I just won't be on the board, so.
All right.
I just wanted to say to Mr. Winfield that you have brought a lens to the team that's caused us to pause and reflect at times, specifically as a parent in the district, and then the teaching and learning experiences, and then thinking through the lens of parent engagement. So I really do appreciate that because it's been an asset to us as a team. So thank you.
I'm here to help. I'm here to help.
And then I just clapped over you. I'm sorry. Thank you so much. Yeah, we're calibrated. It's good. All right. So that takes us to 4B, adjournment. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So move.
Second.
Okay, motion by Winfield, second by Schneider. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. We are
Aye.
adjourned at 6. Oh, I cut you off too. We are adjourned at 6:19. Thank you all very much.
All right, everybody ready? I'm almost ready. That's a joke. Okay, here we go. I'm going to call to order the the April 18th, 2023 Human Resource Committee meeting at 6:31 PM. Mrs. Schopp, may I have a roll call, please?
Yes. Joanne Winfield,
Present.
Brian Anderson,
Here.
Spencer Anderson,
Present.
Greg Schneider,
Present.
Megan Miller,
Present?
Amy Levy,
Here.
and Sean Levy.
Present.
All members are present.
Is there a motion for the approval of the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. A motion's been made by Board Member Amy Levy, seconded by Board Member Spencer Anderson. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Motion
Aye.
passes unanimously. Thank you there. Is there a motion for the approval of the minutes?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Board Member Greg Schneider, seconded by Board Member Brian Anderson. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Item 2A, a motion may be made to convene the Human Resources Committee into closed session pursuant to Section 19.85, parentheses 1, parentheses C of the Wisconsin State Statutes relative to considering employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which the governmental body has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility. Is there a motion? Okay, I will make a motion. Is there a second?
Second?
It's been moved by Board Member Sean Levy, seconded by Board Member Megan Miller. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, Mrs. Schopp, could we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Yes. Brian Anderson,
Aye.
Amy Levy,
Aye.
Megan Miller,
Aye.
Joanne Winfield,
Aye.
Greg Schneider,
Aye.
Spencer Anderson,
Aye.
Sean Levy.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Okay, so we will go to closed session. Make sure you close out your screen. Okay. Start. Okay, the Board of Education Human Resources Committee has reconvened in public session in order to take any action, if necessary, on items discussed in closed session. Board members, do you have questions for Exhibit A and B on, for open session?
Yep. So I just have one question, actually for Exhibit B. Why do the addendum calculations continue to appear under administrative content and not in the regular section?
That's something that we can correct. I'm not sure why it's still appearing there, but if that's not where it's supposed to be, we'll just need to make that correction.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Exhibit A and B in open session?
I'm sorry, Board Member Levy,
Yes.
let me get that question one more time.
Yeah, so as we've discussed before, the addendum calculations,
Oh, yeah, okay.
that's not private information, so that does not need to appear in under administrative content.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is there a motion on Exhibit A and B?
I move approval of employee recommendations A and B.
I'll second.
It's been moved by Board Member Amy Levy and seconded by Board Member Megan Miller. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Motion passes unanimously. All right, our meeting closing. Our next meeting date, the next meeting date of the Human Resources Committee, a committee of the whole, will be Tuesday, May 2nd, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. Is there a motion for adjournment?
So move.
I'll second.
It's been moved by Board Member Amy Levy and seconded by Board Member Jawan Winfield. All those in favor signify by, is there any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Motion passed unanimously. And we'll start our business meeting in about 6 minutes. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. Look at Charlotte Madison. My young people.
That's why we have the overflow. I mean, we got the overflow rooms that we can't go over stuff.
Well, I went over and offered to help with the chair, and I was, so they were like, no, 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 we're okay. That was like the thing last year. This is hard.
Sounded great.
It wants to be. Still working a lot. You know, expressive.
There we go. Get it going, get it going. Let's get at it.
Yep, 7 seconds.
Okay, I'm going to call to order the April 18th, 2023 regular board meeting at 7 p.m. The Board of Education would like to let our families and viewers know that our regular board meetings are being simultaneously interpreted. You can watch the Spanish interpreted meeting through the link found at the board website under the Watch Meetings tab with tonight's date. In order to accommodate this interpretation, we will be monitoring the pace of our meeting to allow time for the interpretation, and I would like to remind our board members and others speaking to please speak one at a time. Thank you so much for your consideration and understanding. All right, Mrs. Shope, could I have a roll call, please?
Yes. Joanne Winfield. Present. Megan Miller.
Present?
Greg Schneider.
Present.
Amy Levy.
Here.
Brian Anderson.
Here?
Spencer Anderson.
Present.
Sean Levy.
Present.
All members are present.
Is there a motion for the approval of the agenda?
So moved?
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Board Member Megan Miller and seconded by Board Member Greg Schneider. Is there any discussion?
Briefly, yes. So policy 970, staff orientation and new facilities, and policy 990, retirement of facilities, both passed out of the policy committee on March 1st. They both appeared on the March 21st consent agenda, but without a first reading designation. And neither of those policies appeared on the 4th or today for a second reading. So I just want to make a note, if we could add that to the May 2nd consent agenda to get a second reading of both of those policies.
Okay. What was the discussion? Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, motion passes unanimously. Board Member Spencer Anderson, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? All right. We are now to item 2A, swearing in and recognitions. Swearing in elected board members. It's not a part of the process. We don't.
It's part of the presidential process.
Oh, okay. And just to note that our new board member, Mr. Nichols, will be officially seated on Monday, April 25th, is when his term will begin. And we also have this evening recognition of our board member who is exiting, and thank him for his dedicated service to the district, Mr. Jawan Winfield. And so, yep, clap for Jawan. All right. Michelle, is there more to the other part of it? The gift and? Okay, all right. So just as you recognize Board Member Winfield for his service, I remember when I ran into him in Menards and I said, Board Member, I said, Mr. Winfield, your community needs you, will you serve? And he did. After conversations. I highlight this for Board Member Winfield. When he got elected to the one-year term, but he served the full term. And as we have some conversations tonight about things that are serious in our community, one of them is about having board members who will step up and serve in this community. I think that in our recent history on our school board serving has come with a cost, and Mr. Winfield has paid that cost. He has given time of his life not only to meet on these meetings, but other things that needed to be done to help the children of Beloit to do the best that he can, even as he had issues in his own family, losing relatives, but he stood for his community, and we thank him for that service. Amen. All right. Mr. Winfield, do you want to say anything, or? Oh, wait, just a minute. At the other board members, let me give you your opportunity first, and then we will let you say something.
So I will be brief. Theodore Roosevelt delivered the speech entitled Citizenship in the Republic at the Sorbonne in Paris on April 23, 1910. This excerpt reminds me of my colleague, board member Winfield. It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, because there is no effort without error and shortcoming, but who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and at worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat. So Board Member Winfield, thank you for not being a cold and timid soul, and thank you for venturing into the arena. Much appreciated.
I want to thank Board Member Levy for bringing up my favorite Teddy Roosevelt quote, which was not planned. Board Member Winfield, earlier at our policy or at our Teaching, Learning, Equity, and People Services Committee meeting, I said a few words, but I'll repeat them for those who are here today-ish, because I did not write anything down. I'll just tell you, I have so deeply appreciated the heart, the perspective, and just sort of the fierce compassion that you have brought to our work. You always come with your whole self. You always come student-centered. You raise excellent questions, and you have really significantly impacted the direction with which we're moving on our board to the benefit of our students and to our community. So I just want to thank you so much for your work, and it's been an honor to serve with you.
I'll try to make it even briefer than that. It's been an honor sitting at this end of the table with you. And thanks for showing up, speaking up. That's something we've counted on for the last year, and I think you'll find other opportunities to serve. I think we can all count on that. So thanks for the year that we had and for what great things are next. Thank you.
Joanne, as a board, we have faced a lot of challenges in the past year. I greatly appreciate your wisdom as the questions that you ask, and the ideas that you have and shared with all of us. And all of those things have made us all work harder and to focus on where we are going, and has helped us make better decisions to put our students first. Thank you so much for your time.
Looks like I'm the last one, but Joanne, I just want to say it's been truly a pleasure to actually serve on the board with you. You do bring in a lot of good points. You have a strong voice on the things that really matter to you, and I truly appreciate that. And I can't wait to see you coming and making your public comments and helping to push the community in the direction that we should go.
So naturally, as a school superintendent, but first of all, let me just say that a lot of times when we have these conversations about outgoing board members, and of course, board members that are becoming to the board, it's about service. And again, I just want to say thank you for your service to the school district of Beloit. I know that sometimes that goes without being stated. It's a thankless job at times, But again, I think one of the best things that we can do in our school district is to remember that what Gandhi stated, the best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. And so every time I reflect on that quote, I try to lose myself in the service of others. And I truly believe that you've been able to do that in the course of your service. And again, I just want to say thank you.
I just want to thank everybody for coming out. Oh, you guys didn't come for me, sorry. I really appreciate the time. I really learned a lot. I really want to see this school district thrive like it used to. I really believe that we have the individuals to do that. With Mr. Nichols coming on the board, I really think we're going to have a broad understanding of the situations we need to look at instead of always focusing on a problem. I really thank God for the opportunity to sit with these individuals knowing that their main focus was to make this school district better. And I can say that because I was in those meetings. So thank you so much for the kind words. I'm not going to cry. I guarantee it, I'm not going to cry. But I will say this. I've been serving this community for a very long time. This was a building block of me bridging the gap between what we need to get done and what we should be working towards. So, Beloit, just get ready to work.
So we are on to our next item, it's a board president report. I want to start by acknowledging that what just happened is very important for us as a school district, as a school board, to have community members serve, complete terms of service, and then the people that they have served with, while we have not always agreed, to be respectful and honor each other for the commitment that we've given. We are Beloiters, people that were born here and went to school here, people that came here to work here. The thing that we find ourselves as a board having to do, and as I think about when I see that this is a different meeting for us tonight, when you look in this room, this will be 24 months for me serving, and there's only been one other time that this room has looked like this in terms of people being here. But as we're gathered here in the room, and also those that are joining us online to conduct the business of the school district, with our goal first and foremost, what's best for our students? What's best for the students in Beloit? What do we need to do to make education better in Beloit? What will create the best opportunities and experiences for our students? What will provide safe learning environments for kids? And what will ensure that our students experience academic success, college and career, and community ready? What will help our students take the academic experiences that they have, the activities that they participate in, the arts and the athletics that we provide? Will that help to make the children of Beloit wise individuals? Not only their physical health, but their reputations as they represent the Purple Knights or our elementary schools. Are they earning a good name for themselves and a good name for Beloit? And then lastly, do they have hearts of service? Will they be willing to serve knowing that they'll be criticized? Will they be willing to serve and stand up and do good things for other people at a cost to themselves? Those are some of the things that we are looking at as we make these decisions. I know that what has brought many people out tonight is this one decision about the consolidation of our schools, which over the last 24 months, we've had to take votes about repurposing Cunningham and BLA, consolidating 4 schools into 2 schools, contracts to renew food service providers, contracts for professional development for restorative justice and SEL, a contract to hire an executive director of business operations when we went without a business person for over a year, a vote to reconfigure our school district from grades K3 and 4-8 and 9-12 back to our neighborhood school concept at the elementaries, middle schools that are 6 and 8, and the high school that's 9 and 12, evaluating superintendents, voting to place referendums on the question for the April 2023 ballot because we had to make our financial position known to the community, voting to offer our administrators 1-year contracts and not 2-year contracts. The School District of Beloit is one of the largest employers in the city. We have contractual and timeline obligations to different employee groups. So sometimes when citizens ask, why not this group first? Because we have timeline and contractual obligations that are set by statutes. The prioritization of what group goes first is based on those timelines, not by other people thinking that this should be first or second, but again, by those timelines. Voting to extend our superintendent's contract a year to provide stability and leadership to our district. We've had board members and superintendents to change over the last 10 years, and that's one of the things that has impeded our growth as a district. Voting to have that ad hoc referendum committee so that our community could study the issues and that will be made known. Voting to hire a superintendent when people thought we should just have an interim for the year, but we were making progress and wanted to continue. Voting even as we were at a place with deficit budgets because we didn't have finance people in space and there's still a timeline of how we can make some adjustments. Voting to directly hear expulsion hearings. Voting to hire an interim superintendent when we had to have one in between, and approving a strategic plan so that we articulated a vision, not just what the 7 people in front of you wanted, but our staff and the community members and stakeholders that chose to participate to have a vision and saying this is where Beloit has been, but this is where we're trying to take Beloit. You know, as we are all here for tonight, and there's passion, and we understand the passion. I grew up on the west side and the east side. When we moved to the east side, I rode the bus to the west side because my parents were satisfied with what happened in Cunningham Elementary for me, with Mrs. Pulliam and Mr. McGregory and Mrs. Tennant and Mr. Hamlet, Mr. Fujikawa, Ms. O'Connell. When we have conversations and come to the moments where we're at like tonight, we have to remind ourselves that we are all Beloiters, we're all Purple Knights. We may have disagreements about what direction we should go. But one of the things that we have discussed is that in our community, there are some people that feel that even if we disagree about some things, the first 7 steps, we think we've been on the wrong track, and let's do the right thing to get on the track. And when we get to step number 8, Sean Levy might think we ought to go right, and you might think we ought to go left. We'll vote on it, and then we'll move forward. Those are the types of things that we've tried to do as a school board, participating in professional development with our superintendents and each other for board development. What are the things that the 7 of us can do as a community to lead this district? In my day work, I'm a school administrator, but in my services community, I'm a school board member. I don't walk over to Beloit Memorial and try to run the show over there. That's not my role at this position. So what we have focused on is what are the things that the 7 of us can do and we need to do to help make sure that the district is not failing because of us, because of our behaviors and our inability to work with each other and the administrators that are in front of us. So as you are here tonight, the agenda did change. I put the public comment at the end, and I worked with Dr. Garrison to make sure that the meeting could be as streamlined as possible so we could accommodate all that would come and you'd have the most opportunity to speak and share yourselves with this full board. And we also created an opportunity on yesterday for people to speak and be heard. That is the end of my report. Student report.
Although typically the scope of my reports tend to focus on the events and happenings of the high school, I believe the recent decisions regarding the reconfiguration will have a detrimental impact on West Side families with intermediate students. As someone who grew up attending Cunningham and Gaston, and also dealing with the previous reconfiguration in my first grade year, I feel like having all the intermediate schools on the east side might lead to many unintended consequences. Last year, while taking the AP English Language and Composition exam, we were faced with what many teachers considered to be the most complex argumentative essay prompt. In this essay, we explored a quote from Colin Powell, a former Secretary of State, which discussed the concept of making timely decisions rather than quick ones. At April 4th's board meeting, I feel like the latter, a quick, hasty decision was made rather than a timely one. I completely get that time is not a luxury we currently have, and the sooner that parents, staff, and students are informed about future changes, the more prepared they are for the upcoming academic year. Despite the intention to alleviate uncertainties and fears, I feel like the hastiness of the decision with intermediate schools has led to the contrary. We know for a fact that students, parents, and staff from Cunningham and McNeil are not happy with this decision, and rightfully so. I think anyone who is paying attention to the district's affairs in the past months knew that a building closure was inevitable, but I'm not sure that anyone in the community was expecting such a drastic change. I know one major concern is transportation for our intermediate students on the west side. Historically and through personal experience, I know that Durham has recently had issues with busing. So now, unless that there have been recent developments that make this observation obsolete, we will be adding more demand on our already strained supply of buses and drivers. Not only that, but the slight inconvenience of having to commute across the city might lead to even more unenrollment, as parents might weigh that Turner, the Lincoln Academy, or South Beloit, or the various other surrounding schools are better options if they have to transport their students far. There's also concern about the staff layoffs, and as someone who has come to know and develop many personal connections with many of our staff members throughout this district, it truly breaks my heart to see the people who go above and beyond their pay, those who have devoted years of service to the students of this district, and see them fear for the safety of their jobs. While I think many, if not all of us, agree that budget cuts are needed for this district, I don't think laying off those who are the foundation for both student learning and quite literally the district is a wise path to tread, especially considering that the board recently just approved a hefty deal with the new route that focuses on restorative justice. We need all the staff support we can get, or else it will likely lead to the program's failure. Not only that, but our schools continue to score low academically. So although staffing teachers is a huge part of the budget, they should be the most protected, if we even want to see any form of rebound for the district's performance. And I know that's quite hard with statutes and all these other things in place. I know that truly we all want to see this district of Beloit succeed, and each of us has our own respective perspectives and visions for the district, but we must make sure not to make quick but timely, appropriate, and comprehensive decisions, or else we will see unintended consequences for our future. Thank you.
Superintendent's board report.
First of all, let me just say thank you so much for everyone that is here in attendance today. I know sometimes you don't hear that enough, but I do appreciate you all coming out and hearing the board's reports, of course, and of course now my superintendent's report. But we also want to make sure that you also know that I thank you for coming out. To the student report, again, thank you for sharing your sentiments about the most recent decision. A lot of times people think that when we hear a decision and that may not agree with your decision, that we can't necessarily really hear it. And I do hear what you have stated, and I want to thank you for your sentiments in the conversation. But one of the things that I also have to take a look at as a school superintendent is, again, why we're here today. And so one of the things that I want to bring forward to the conversation is, excuse me, is our reconfiguration and our staffing and its implications. A lot of people may know a little bit about this. A lot of people may know a lot about this. But my goal is to make it as general as I possibly can so that we can have a clear understanding as it pertains to what that actually looks like and how that actually is going to impact our school district. Now, I like to make things as general as I possibly can, but understand that there's a lot of complexities that comes with these conversations. I won't get into the weeds of all the complexities, but I also want to make sure that you all understand that although I may not share every single piece of it, tonight's conversation is really to make sure people understand kind of where we are in our staffing, especially as it pertains to our professional educators, in which who are we talking about, our teachers. I also want to just note that, again, as the school superintendent who is serving a great school district of Beloit, we talk a lot about Beloit proud. I hear that a lot. I heard that when I was interviewing. I heard it from the community members. And just like any conversation, I hope that as we kind of grow through these conversations as a community, that we can truly come together as a community. Whether or not you agree or not, I still believe we can still have that Beloit proud conversations. And it's just something I want to make sure that I note in this conversation today. So let me just jump into the reconfiguration and our staffing implications in this conversation. The synopsis of this report is really an effort to identify reconfiguration related to staffing. Of course, the following slides, and I'm going to read this just so we all have the same context here. The following slides will reflect opportunities to retain staff whilst reducing the number of employees impacted. Staff may be impacted by changes to school buildings and/or assignments. However, each category provides opportunities to minimize the number of preliminary economic non-renewals of our licensed professional educators. And so there's wind out there that thinks that for whatever reasons, it's our goal to try to possibly, get rid of staff. But hopefully in this conversation, you will be able to see what I had to come in here and really start taking a look at deeply and try to figure out what were our best steps to possibly move forward with this reconfiguration and how it may impact our staff. So the first thing that you have to take a look at is our limited term contracts. Now, a lot of people don't know what that is, okay? Our limited term one-year contracts are just that, limited term contracts. These are the people who have came to our school district, who have served our school district, but they may not all fully have a license. And so when you're thinking about the reconfigurations and the impact to our staff, one of the things that we had to take a look at is how we're going to work through that process and who may be impacted by this. And that currently we have 67 4K through 12th grade employees who are hired under a limited term contract, where their contract actually expires in August of 2023. 67 positions in our district that we currently are filled with teachers who don't have their full license. And I really want to make sure that people understand that that's natural to a lot of school districts, okay? Where there are positions that we may hire for that's real hard to fill, right? Or tough positions that we have to take a look at as it pertains to how we're going to service all of our students in the school district of Beloit. And I'm looking at the camera and I'm like hugging the mic. So I apologize for that. And so there's one of the things that we have to take a look at as we kind of working through how we will impact our staff, our professional staff. The next thing we had to take a look at was our vacant positions. Now, unbeknownst to a lot of people, and I've made this statement publicly a lot of times, that we had to look at our vacant positions as well. So when I came here in November, one of the things that I want to take a look at is how many positions do we currently have that we still are trying to hire for? That makes sense? How many positions that we currently have that we're still trying to hire for? knowing that we came in, well, that I came in, really started talking about reconfiguration and what that could possibly imply, I really want to make sure that when we're thinking about those positions that are vacant, that we're still trying to fill, if we haven't filled them in December, chances are we may not possibly fill them by the end of the school year. Now, as a school superintendent, I had to come in and think, okay, well, this may make some people upset, okay? This may make some people upset, that the fact that I was going to tell my building principals that we're going to hold on all of those positions that we want to fill right now. Tough conversations, okay? Tough conversations. But as we are planning the conversations around reconfiguration, I had to start thinking about how could this possibly impact possible professional educators' jobs down the road. That makes sense? And so one of the things that we had to look at was our vacant positions. We had 22 professional educators again, 22 professional educators that was on that vacancy list that we had to hold on, all right? Now, keep in mind, we had 67 limited term contracted people in our school district. And we definitely thank them for their services and, of course, coming to our district and serving us in this capacity under the one-year license provisions that DPI does provide us to work under, okay? We had to take a look at our professional educators that we currently were still trying to hire for. I froze those positions because I truly believed that when we're looking at the big picture of this conversation, how could I least impact our professional staff, okay? How can I least impact our professional staff for consideration, all right? Now, those were 22 professional educator positions. We had other positions that were also open, but for tonight's conversation, we were focusing on our professional educators, which is our teachers, okay? And then, of course, one of the things that every school district has to kind of look at as you kind of work through certain conversations is our retirements, resignations, and, of course, in this conversation, voluntary layoffs. Now, from a retirement perspective, naturally, we always have retirements that possibly happen in every school year, all right? In this conversation right here, we had 7 professional educator retirements, 2 resignations, and 3 voluntary layoffs. All of these positions that I'm currently talking about does impact how many people we possibly will need to lay off due to the fact of our reconfiguration, okay? And so as of 4/13/23, excuse me, 10, 11, 12, thank you, 12 professional educators were in this conversation of voluntary resignations and or retirements, okay? Those are positions that we can possibly backfill teachers into those positions, okay? And so just to give you a quick recap again, 67 professional educators who are on a limited term one-year contract, whose contract does end August of 2023. That could impact our teachers staying here, okay? 22 educators that were on the vacant positions that I held, thinking about where we were possibly going as it pertains to possibly looking at holding on to as many teachers as we possibly could. And then, of course, we had our 12 teacher resignations in these 3 specific areas. And let me just address the voluntary layoff conversation. Whenever we're talking about layoffs, that's part of our policy. The voluntary layoff piece is very important because if you already know that you're going to be possibly moving to, let's just say, let me pick a far place, Alaska. If you know you're moving to Alaska, let us know that because that's a position that we can actually save for our teachers, okay? That's a step in the process that we had to follow. And so it wasn't that we were asking anyone to voluntarily lay off for the reasons of our reconfiguration, but that's a step in our layoff process, okay? And so naturally with those positions in place, 67, 22, 12, one could argue how many people that we will be possibly laying off in the professional staff. But before I go there, I want to also kind of lay out our timeline in which we're working with. A lot of decisions that we're making, as Board President Levy has already stated, is based off timelines and things that we have to follow. So it's not the fact that we are trying to rush a conversation and or miss a step in the conversation. That's not my goal. As a school superintendent, I came here to really make sure that I was trying to and again, not trying, to make sure that I serve this community at the highest level. And since I've been here, I truly believe that I've made a lot of great connections in this room and outside of this room. We may not always agree on the decisions, as I stated from the beginning, but we do have to still follow certain timelines as we are working through these conversations. And so this timeline that you see here is something that we have to kind of stick to and follow as we go through. And with that being stated, there will be two professional staff layoffs in this conversation that will impact our school district. Two. A lot of times when people don't understand all of the things that a school district has to grow through, hence I said grow through, there's learning that comes with it. And so these things that I really worked hard to make sure that when we got to this point, that we wouldn't have hundreds of layoffs and all teachers are going to be moving from, losing their jobs. Because again, as Board President Levy has stated, and it's been stated other places, the School District of Beloit is a big-time employer of the School District of Beloit. And so I understand those impacts. I also wanted to make sure that when I was walking through this conversation, and again, walking through kind of where we're going in this conversation, that to negatively impact our teaching staff as much as possible was my goal in that thought. And again, whether people may believe that or not, whether they may be thinking that's true or not, at the current time, as it's stated, we have two professional educators that is up for the preliminary economic non-renewal conversation. Two. And that is because of the hard work that was put before the conversation to really take a look at what we actually can do. Now, unbeknownst of this community, and maybe some knew this about me and some may not have known this about me, but I was also a part of a school district's reconfiguration and or building closure at a high school level. I didn't come in here talking about that because it's not about me. But I can say to you that from a teacher perspective, I was a teacher that was also laid off. But just like those two professional educators that I mentioned in this conversation, in their letters, there's a possibility that they could also be brought back as well. And in my conversation, that's what happened to me. It's very important that people understand these steps and the processes, but we have to get to that point as a learning community. Again, two people that we definitely would love to retain. Okay? Two is, we don't want any. I didn't want any. That's my goal. But we also have to look at where we are as a school community as it pertains to our needs of our community. Now, we will get to greater conversations about other possible layoffs in our community, other possible positions in our community, but from the professional educator perspective, we're looking at two. And that's my conversation for tonight. I wanted to make sure I touched on this, and there'll be other further conversations in the near future about other possible layoffs and other positions that we have to take a look at. But for the professional educator conversation, that's my report.
Any questions or comments from board members? So overall, there were 103 positions identified, and you said there's only two, like through the, again, so like about 103 from the different groups that you listed, and two impacted individuals.
Sure. So one of the things that you, again, have to look at is that in some of those limited term contracts, those are hard to fill positions. And again, every school district has some hard to fill positions that we may have to look at bringing people back even in that 67 conversation. And so when we're looking at how our layoffs had to be reviewed, followed through by our policy, very closely through our policy, vetted with the BEA and our lawyers, of course, we have been able to, get to the conversation around, again, those two people. Those 67 positions, the 103 total positions that we're looking at, again, helped backfill some of the possible layoffs that we would have had due to our school closures. But now we can have, professional educators with license in seats where we didn't have those positions in the past. And so that's kind of where I'm at right now in the conversations.
So in that conversation and the documents that you prepared for those staff members and were sent to the district to explain the process, you did collaborate with the teachers union?
Yes, collaboration is super important. Bigger than collaboration at times is just connecting. A lot of times when you are walking into a school district, again, the connections are very important. Some connections take a little longer to make. I'm not sure if you all remember the rotary phone, where we had to go 7, 6, and then but now I'm working on, again, making quicker connections as possible with our community. And again, working with the teachers union and, of course, working with what we have to look at from a statutory perspective along with our policy, I believe we were able to make some connections a little earlier to kind of get us to kind of where we are right now.
All right, and just kind of in closing this part of the report, said we've lost about 2,000 students over this 10-year period. We're one of the largest employers in the city of Beloit at about 850 people. And so the questions of when the district will be right-sized, when the number of employees will match the number of students that we need to serve, that is the beginning of this process.
That is correct. One of the things that I've been really working hard on is really trying to paint the picture of, again, when the school district has lost, again, like I said, almost 2,000 students, naturally there's going to be conversations that we are going to have. But in my business, it's a people business, and I hope to, again, service the people in this conversation at the highest level possible. And if for some apparent reason that I've missed the mark along the way, it's my goal to make sure that we get it right.
Actually, if you don't mind, since you brought that up, I just want to make the point, though, and I definitely appreciate all the work that went into this presentation. So different kids have different needs, and sometimes we have different adults in buildings that meet those needs. And so I appreciate the very cautious approach you're taking, but I just feel compelled, since we're talking about right sizing, my input is that it's not always just about numbers, and it's just making sure that we're matching the people with the professional experience that are there to meet the needs of our kids, because we have kids with various needs, and it's not necessarily, all right, you got one teacher to every X number of students. You might need a couple of adults for different students, right, depending on what those needs are. And so I just needed to say that, and I just appreciate the cautious pace that we're taking to that point.
So just as an example, Dr. Garrison, speak to this, please. Students with IEPs, students who are receiving special education services, may require different staffing needs from time to time. Explain that to our community.
Sure. It's our goal to, of course, service all of our students at the highest level. Students who have IEPs, naturally, by law, we have to follow whatever the IEP is asking. And so there may be people that has to be moved with that student or students in general to meet the needs of our students with IEPs. Naturally, there's going to be IEP meetings from, of course, now. Some have already probably have already happened through the summer to make sure that we're meeting the needs of all of our students, and that does include students with IEPs.
Any other board members? Okay, we're on to committee reports. Business Operations, Finance, Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Services, Governance Committee, Legislative Update, and Policy Committees, and you can follow the order as listed.
For the Business Operations and Finance Committee, there's nothing new to add for this week.
Hi, so for Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Services, we met this evening. The way our committees work is we have items that come up before us first for information and discussion. That's where board members, and if the public shows up, are able to raise questions and say, I just have, whatever is lacking there maybe, or any concerns that might offset the progress of whatever the proposal is. So we did have 2 information-only pieces this evening. One, I'm really excited to share is a recommendation for a new K-8 core math curriculum proposal. And I'd like to take this moment to apologize because I'm going to embarrass somebody, but I want to just congratulate the members of that team for being elected to be national presenters for, I'm going to find it, for the National Council for the Teachers of Mathematics. So it's a national conference that's being held in Washington, D.C., and our staff members here at the district are going to be leading, presenting at this national conference as being cutting edge parts of what we're, I guess, like on the cutting edge of math curriculum and its future for students. I also want to take this opportunity to highlight one of those details I think that makes them so deserving of that congratulations, besides the extensive research that they did, is that a lot of the work that went into these proposals centered around raising student voices. So I want to make sure I get my number right here. There were just about 225 different students involved in interviews and focus groups to bring both of these pilot curriculums forward that we've been hearing updates on all year. They are making a final recommendation to us, but just as somebody who works with literacy intervention, you know, and working with math and reading intervention, I just wanted to applaud our district's use of centering student voice and their experience in all these decisions, because it's critical to those successes. So they shared with us that the curriculum that they chose does a good job meeting the shifts in the new Wisconsin state standards. There's two shifts around identity, like student identity with math, and flexible use of mathematics. So making sure that knowing rote stuff also can be applied flexibly, creatively, and as lifelong learners, which is very important. There were 71 student interviews as part of that larger number. Throughout this school year, some of the students that were interviewed were able to pilot both programs and kind of compare and contrast. Others did, it sounds like, one or the other. So the proposal for other board members that might be interested, there's a ton of really cool stuff. I have like a page and a half of notes, but the proposal that'll be coming back to the next Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Services Committee meeting, it's a $750,000 ask, but it's over the next 5 years. So there's an upfront cost of $210,000, and then each subsequent year would be $135,000. This is a very large commitment, and I would encourage all of our board members to go back and watch the presentation because it was very well put together. I also wanted to highlight that part of the curriculum that they're proposing supports inter-rater reliability, showing examples so all teachers can calibrate around like what does success look like for students. So it takes away some of the subjectivity of that scoring. So anyway, the whole presentation was really exciting. So I would definitely recommend that people go back and watch it. The other piece that we saw tonight that was only for discussion had to do with a 4K adoption of materials. So because the art curriculum that has been really beneficial to our district doesn't go down to 4K, it starts at the K, the kindergarten level. A lot of work and research went into finding curriculum that was very matched in terms of like what it prioritized and kind of like how the curriculum is delivered. So it's more of a seamless transition to our 4Kers into kindergarten. So we got to hear all about that. There is a recommendation that, again, came for information only tonight. It'll come back to the next meeting, which I believe is May 16th at 5:30, if anybody wants to come and hear more about it. And they did a nice job of talking about how we're going to move forward, or they would like us to move forward with one, but they are maintaining some pieces that we're currently using to the point of just kind of keeping consistency with that phonics and decoding instruction that's already working well. So I really appreciate that they raised that as a point. Lastly, what's being brought forward this evening is the recommendation for summer school. It did pass unanimously in the committee to come before the full board, and registration for summer school will take place on April 28th for anybody interested. Well, just like last year, we'll have the A path for the academic path and then the WE path for the wellness and enrichment. And we're also potentially going to be adding a lot more services to our students, but it's based on a DPI grant that unfortunately the deadline has continued to get kicked down the road. So we're still kind of waiting with anticipation to find out if we're going to be receiving this grant that will fund a lot of other programming. So that covers our Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Services meeting tonight. And again, if anybody's interested, May 16th at 5:30.
Governance Committee did not meet in March, will meet in April. Legislative and Policy.
Yep. My most current legislative update is attached to the 4-4 regular board meeting, so I encourage anyone who's interested, please do go check that out. And the policy committee will meet next on Wednesday, May 3rd. So Dr. Garrison and I will work to get that agenda together, but I believe our organizational meeting is May 2nd. So the policy chair will be able to step in and move ahead with that meeting.
We're now to the consent agenda. Typically, there's no separate discussion of items unless a board member so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered in their normal sequence. There's also a request from a citizen. To remove the 4 emergency nursing services policies, 453.1, 453.1, Rule 1, 453.4, 453.4, Rule 1 from the consent agenda. The citizen is also asking that we waive the requirement for 2 readings and vote to approve them in a single reading. So before we enter into the consent agenda, are there any board members who want to sponsor the removal of those items or even the actions that are suggested? Okay. So since that is not your will, is there a motion for acceptance of the consent agenda?
Actually, I did want to have 2 items removed, please.
Okay.
The first is Summer School 2023, and the second is Canvas meeting minutes, please.
Okay. So then is there a motion for the acceptance of the consent agenda minus the two items that Board Member Levy asked to be removed?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, it's been, motion's been made by Board Member Amy Levy to accept the consent agenda minus the 2 items she specified. It's been seconded by Board Member Megan Miller. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Is there any discussion? All right. My fault. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All right, the motion passes unanimously. Board Member Levy, the 2 items.
Thank you. So for the first one, Summer School, I just have 2 questions. The first, I'm excited that registration is going to begin during the week of April 28th. So my question is, and that's through Skyward, will in-person registration be available at Keck following the same timeline?
Good evening. Yeah, we always encourage people to use Skyward online, but they can always come down to Keck in our student services enrollment and support that. We also have translators, people that are bilingual to support folks as well.
Perfect. And then my second question, unfortunately last year there were several courses that were proposed to be offered during summer school, but then when we got to the actual date of summer school to start, those offerings were minimized. Is there a plan, and I know we're looking at the grant from DPI, and so some of the information hasn't been filled in yet, but have there been discussions around that to prevent that from happening this year?
Yeah, actually, kind of the way that things are working out, we have condensed the sites with all of the movement and projects and things like that. So I think that that'll allow for some of those offerings to come to fruition. It really is always about staffing and then creating those WePath opportunities and then staff that want to teach them. So we've had the hiring or the talk of who is going to be the principals and then beginning that whole programming layout. So I'm hoping that you'll have better options for your own kiddos and everyone else will too. So I appreciate that. And the grant is substantial. Just as a reminder, it's $780,000 grant. When we initially wrote the grant, they told us that we would know by the end of March. And then DPI has kicked out that deadline and informing the public about the rewards. So the awarded grants, so hopefully we'll hear by the end of April. But yeah, that's kind of our aspirational ideas. Because it's a 2-year grant, we'll work with what we have in our timeline and then of course build out that second year as well, because we really leaned into our community partners in transportation and all-day programming for people that need it.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
There's another item.
Yes, the Canvas meeting minutes, just 2 corrections. Canvas has 2 S's, so if we could get that corrected. And then I'm assuming the minutes should read Joyce Metter, League of Women Voters. So if we could get that adjusted. And then just a quick question for clarification. Since several of us were not at that meeting and that wasn't recorded, are we being asked to approve minutes for a meeting we didn't attend?
The Canvas meeting?
Yes.
Yeah, the report of the report out of the vote, we're being asked to approve it as is presented.
Okay, I'll just abstain then. Thank you so much.
Okay. All right. So the 2 items, summer school and summer school first. Is there a motion?
Sorry, I move to recommend approval of the proposed 2023 summer school programming.
Second.
Motion by Megan Miller, second by Amy Levy. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All right. Aye, motion passed unanimously. And approval of meeting minutes for the Canvas, which are the election results. So we need to, is there a motion for the approval of the Canvas?
So
The meeting minutes
moved.
from the Canvas. All right. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Board Member Greg Schneider, second by Board Member Spencer Anderson. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Nay? Abstention?
I abstain.
Okay. 6-1, motion passes. All right, future meeting dates. Organizational meeting Tuesday, April 25th at 6 p.m. Special Human Resources meeting Tuesday, April 25th at 6:30 p.m. Governance meeting Tuesday, April 25th at 7 p.m. Business Operations and Finance Committee meeting Tuesday, May 2nd at 5:30 p.m. Human Resources Committee Tuesday, May 2nd at 6:30 p.m. Regular board meeting Tuesday, May 2nd at 7 p.m. Policy Committee Wednesday, May 3rd at 5:30 p.m. Special Human Resources Committee meeting Tuesday, May 9th at 5:30 p.m. Special board meeting Tuesday, May 9th at 6:45 p.m. And Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Service Committee Tuesday, May 16th at 5:30 p.m. As we prepare for public comment, Mrs. Shope, do we have email public comment?
No, we do not.
Okay. So let me get this ready. All right, Board of Education meetings are conducted for the purpose of carrying on the business of the schools. The board, as a representative body of the School District of Beloit, wishes to provide an avenue for any individual to express interest in and concern for the schools. Accordingly, the public is invited to attend any session of the board or any meeting of board committees. At every regular meeting of the board, time is set aside for personal presentation of individual or group comments. Each person wishing to speak during this time shall complete the public comment card with their first and last name, home address, including city and state, if other than Wisconsin, topic to be addressed, and whether you are speaking for or against this topic. The comment card shall then be given to the board secretary for entering into the public record. Each person will be given up to 3 minutes to speak on their topic of interest or concern. Should the individual require translation assistance, a translator may be of the individual's choosing or one provided by the district. Public comments requiring translation will be given 6 minutes. The Board of Education asks that individuals complete the public comment card, give it to the board secretary, and approach the microphone when called upon. Just a minute. Norms for public comment during board meetings. Members of the public are welcome to attend all open meetings of the Board of Education. Robert's Rules of Order will be followed at all times. Individuals attending board meetings are expected to conduct themselves in a respectful and courteous manner that models appropriate behavior for our students. Individuals wishing to comment are expected to comply with the following norms in order to maintain a respectful and ordered meeting, to prevent discussion of confidential matters in a public forum. Comments should be directed to members of the Board of Education and not district employees, students, or other members of the public in attendance at the meeting. Speech that is belligerent, disorderly, disruptive, repetitive, or which exceeds the allowable time permitted for each speaker is prohibited. Concerns or questions that entail the disclosure of identifying information regarding specific students are prohibited. Response from the board, if any, will be limited to clarifying inaccurate information, seeking additional information from the speaker, or acknowledging that the speaker has been understood. The board will not debate with an individual, and the board may not take action on an item raised during public comment that is not on the meeting notice or agenda. The chair will interrupt and rule an individual who violates any of these norms out of order. If ruled out of order by the chair, the individual's opportunity to address the board will end immediately and the microphone will be turned off. Thank you for your participation and courtesy. Okay. All right, Mrs. Shope, call our first speaker.
Yes. Our first speaker will be Gina Jacobson.
Gotcha. All right. Just the time is to the screen there, and make sure the light is on. It's when you touch that button, the light will turn red. And just kind of as we're timing out, Mrs. Shope, about how many comment cards do you have right now? Do you, count them? How many you got? That number times 3 is what I'm thinking about. I'm trying to make sure. Yeah.
I have about 14 people who want to speak and a couple who are going to yield time to those people.
Okay. Okay. All right, let us begin. I'd ask if you are, when you come up, if you're a person who is yielding time, if the 2 people come up at the same time, that'll help us keep a smooth flow so you don't have to get interrupted.
Yeah.
We'll work through it. Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Gina Jacobson. I'm a proud mom of McNeil Lancer and a former Lancer myself. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of my daughter, a soon-to-be 6th grader, and as a concerned parent for other West Side families. While I understand the decision due to budget and decrease of enrollment to keep only 2 intermediate schools open, however, I'd like to address my concerns. First, I would like to say it is alarming that families would receive an email to take a survey with the reconfiguration back to K-5 and 6 to 8 grades, but were not provided a detailed email with the agenda to keep only 2 intermediate schools open. This decision impacts families tremendously, and there should have been more of an effort to involve the parents and families of the current and future intermediate students, as most families are not able to attend board meetings or may have been unaware that it was listed on the website. Have we thought about the impact of eliminating a school on the west side of Beloit and will have on the attendance, tardiness, loss of jobs, and let's keep it real, the culture and sense of family-like community that both McNeil and Cunningham has cultivated, especially coming out of a pandemic? While it is a simple solution to say that we will keep Fruzen and Algid open and they will house more students and we can bus students to and from home and school that would otherwise lack consistent transportation, it is not one which I approve. What happens to students that miss school, that miss the bus tour from school, whether personal reasons or driver error? How will the district ensure that they get to or from home safely? And with the possibility of mass amount of students being bused to school, how will we budget for this? My daughter takes the bus, and some days it is unpredictable which route the driver will take and when she will get home, which impacts if she's able to attend after-school activities and adjusting our nightly routine, jumping straight into dinner, homework, and bed. McNeil has been home for many families, including my own. There are so many loving and compassionate staff that have poured into our children when we are not present. My heart goes to them and their families and how this change will impact them, but more importantly, how this will impact our students. We are consolidating students from 4 schools to 2, which will naturally increase the number of students to a classroom. With many students falling behind academically and a large amount of students that have IEPs, 504s, or accommodations, how will this reduced staff layoffs impact the support students need to thrive and achieve both academically and socially? I was born and raised in Beloit, and while I support what we allow our city to grow, I'm against the decision to remove an intermediate school on the west side of Beloit. Thank you for your time and opportunity.
Thank you. Next.
Next, I have Allison Semrau and Donna Engelmeyer, who is giving her minutes to Allison. They're in the other room, or they left?
Hey y'all, I'm Allison Semrau. This is Donna Brinkley. I'm going to be yielding my time.
We'll start it again. When you finish the 3, you'll get another 3 up.
Okay, so I know a lot of you. What was said before me, I'm going to skip over some stuff here, but I feel like community schools, they've always been a shining point for the school district of Beloit. I went to the school district of Beloit. The community schools have always been a reason people would come here. It's a proven fact that studies show that time and time again, neighborhood schools promote a sense of pride, belonging. It gives them an identity. Taking those things away from half of the city, just this half, is blatantly unfair. There's going to be impacts as far as bus drivers. We already have a shortage of those, right? The traffic horror story. I mean, that's going to be awful. How do parents navigate having a child at all 3 tiers of schools? An elementary school trying to get their kid on the bus. What if they got to take their kid to high school? We already have a 45-minute gap that leaves not much to be desired. It's a huge problem already, but we're going to add a bus to that. And this is something that disproportionately affects the chronically underrepresented West Side. It's well established that one of the most prominent locations for bullying is on the bus. It happens all the time. We're, again, going to take half of our city and say, you know what? We're just going to throw you to the wolves because y'all don't monitor that. Y'all don't intervene. The bus company doesn't either. So we're throwing our children to the wolves, but only half of us. It's also documented kids of this age group need more sleep. Our kids will get at least a half an hour less sleep every day, but not your kids, right? Right now, we have kids who walk to school. That's a healthy option, right? Community schools. If, say, the kids don't get up on time because they have been on the bus and so they miss the bus, right? It takes 5 to 20 minutes most of the time for our neighborhood kids to walk to our schools. It would take 1.5 to 2 hours for our kids to walk to your schools. Since we're talking about time, the West Side group of middle schoolers will waste approximately 1 hour every school day, and that's just an approximate, and it likely be less for some and more for others. That's every school day. So that's approximately 155 per school year that they're wasting on a bus. That's 155 hours of childhood a year that will be wasted because of careless decision that will disproportionately affect the West Side. I love School District of Beloit. I've been on the board. I went to the district. My kids go to the district. I volunteer in the district. I'm an avid supporter, but I already filled out open enrollment papers, and if I'm gonna jump ship, can you imagine how many other West Side parents feel the same? West Side, if Cunningham is gonna be open, our West Side kids need to be in it, period. It should 100% be the kids in the community. They deserve to be treated equally. They don't deserve to be looked down upon, which is a whole nother thing. The bottom line here is you're not removing barriers. You're not removing barriers for our kids. You're not actively created. There's no equity here. This is blatant inequity for our kids. But hey, it's only the West Side, right? None of y'all are from the West Side, right? Yeah, all right, thanks.
Yeah, Michelle, as one speaker is done, you can call the next speaker.
Jennifer Papke.
Good evening. I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize one thing that has changed since COVID, and it is the opportunity to reach out and extend our reach to more people. So while we have 2 rooms filled with many people tonight, and we have about 144 people at last check online, I want to take advantage of this opportunity to bring up a point of something that's very important to me that was brought up at a county supervisor meeting recently, and that is the work of the YWCA and the Stand Against Racism. And each year that I've been in the district, I have somehow promoted this opportunity, so I just want to share some information about the YWCA. The mission of the YWCA, Rock County, is dedicated to eliminating racism, empowering women, and promoting peace, justice, freedom, and dignity for all. Their vision is to transform lives and communities through education and action to empower women and dismantle racism. And their values are to accept and respect personal differences, show kindness, compassion, and caring, support each other so we can function as a team of top performers, build connections in a passionate pursuit of our mission, and demonstrate personal and professional integrity. Oh, I get more time because no one started the clock. Yes. No, I won't do that. Just a few things in a snapshot of 1 year that the Rock County YWCA did in 2021. Provided 6,008 nights of shelter to abused individuals who turned to the YWCA for a safe place to stay. 150 children who fled from abusive homes were provided safety. 585 calls were made to the help and text lines. And we provided a path forward for 165 victims through legal advocacy. So I'm going to share with each board member tonight a sign like this, and I encourage everyone to fill out, "We need equity and justice now because," and the task is simple. You write why you believe that this is important to you. Take a picture and use your social media to promote the equity and justice that is so critical, not only in our community, not only in our schools, but throughout our whole country. So thank you.
Thank you.
Ken Streeter.
Thank you. I do.
The clock is a little crazy. All right.
We can just put one up on the screen. You can share the screen.
Get it together. All right. Mr. Streeter, you can begin. Yeah, I'll let you know if you're close or where we're at. Just, I'll let you know when you're close.
Is it on? Okay.
Go ahead. You got it.
Ken Streeter, 1401 McKinley. I got a lot to talk about. I can't do it in 3 minutes, but between last night and tonight, there's a couple things that I heard that I just want to touch on. Dr. Garrison, I hear a lot of I statements, and I appreciate the work, as I'm sure everybody else does, that you've put into the reconfiguration, but I hear a lot of, I looked at this, I studied this, I worked on this. You don't have to do that alone, Dr. Garrison. We're here for you. And I'd like to officially invite you to enroll your children in our schools and move here and be part of the we that Beloiters experience as in this Beloit pride that we talk about. So with that being said, the two West Side schools, I consulted my own spatial data analysis person, who happens to be a Purple Knight and my son. And we plugged in some information that we got off the DPI website, the 2020 census, the Federal Department of Education. And the two schools that you guys have decided to close were last on any kind of input data that we put in based on race, income, infrastructure, population densities. It was the poorest possible decision that could be made by any data that we could come across. And not to mention the hundreds of families that are affected by this decision. There's no way anybody could have been consulted on this decision that's been made. The data just proves that it was bad. It didn't happen. And I can move on. I got some more. And we talk about this declining enrollment. I'd like to speak for a couple of friends of mine, some single moms in this district, because declining enrollment seems to be a big issue with the board. Both of these parents have children that come home from school every day crying from the bullying they experience in our schools. These parents have now open enrolled their children into other schools, as well as the parents that I know that are open enrolling out because of the reconfiguration and the closing of schools. She calls, they call McNeil, they call Cunningham. And the answers they get are things like middle schoolers will be middle schoolers, boys will be boys. And nothing ever happens to these children. So when we talk about declining enrollment, a lot of it is the violence in our schools and the tear-jerking bullying that happens. And I know this isn't a new issue to any of you board members. I know you've heard it before. What are we doing to cure that? We're not passing any kind of conformance to the code of conduct. We don't really even suspend students anymore because we'll have to report that to the state, and that puts us further to the bottom of the list. So I would just invite all of you, in the interest of declining enrollment, the bullying, the very poor decision on closing these schools just based on factual data that's available from the government alone, to reconsider the decision to close these two schools. It's not a good one. Thank you.
All right. Oh, you got it. All right.
Next, we have Robert's Field, followed by Mary Ann's Field.
My name is Robert Svem. I live at 1131 Richard Street, Beloit, Wisconsin. I'd like to yield my time to Kay Nightingale.
And I'm Kim Schneider, 3557 Oak Lane Drive. I will yield my time to Kay Nightingale.
Well, it's going to be a long evening. Good evening, and thank you for hearing me. My name is Kay Nightingale. I live at 2370 Lathers Road in Beloit. I am a lifelong Beloiter. My late husband, Tom, and I went all through the school district of Beloit, as did our adult children. And I'm here to tell you that we had an excellent education and it served all of us extremely well. We're very appreciative of that. Tom and I, and especially my late husband, have given back to this community for over 50 years. Especially my husband, who, and you know, we've been very proud of the growth in Beloit in terms of diversity and the magnificent school district and the magnificent community that we have here. Very proud of it. So we've chosen to raise our children here, retire here, and make it our home. Tom was a banker and was posthumously inducted into the Beloit Historical Hall of Fame in October of this year. And I share that with you because it's very important to know that many of those things that he was inducted for had to do with his contributions to the school district of Beloit and the well-being of this community. I worked at the Colac Center for 15 years as the Safe and Drug-Free School Coordinator. I wrote millions of dollars in grants to support that program. And I had the incredible experience of working with luminaries like Fran Frusen and Barbara Hickman. What an honor. What an honor. The school district of Beloit was growing, it was vibrant, it was respected statewide, and strengthened by our diversity of staff, students, and parents. We love this community. But I'm deeply grieved by what's happening in this once great district. And it's been grieving me for quite some time. And that's why I asked to address the board tonight. Number one, discipline. Kids need a safe learning environment to learn. Discipline in our district is not consistent and is not firm. All longitudinal studies and research show the critical importance of a safe learning community for academic and personal success. The Student Code of Conduct, which I used to be a part of writing, and the policies that went along with it, to offer to the superintendent, whoever it was at that time, have to be consistently implemented and the procedures that go with it. Or as one superintendent who was here quite a while ago said, if you don't adhere to your policies and your procedures, you're better off not to have policies and procedures, period. Number two, honesty and transparency. Parents in this district have always been involved and advised about every important decision that involved their students in their students' lives. Boards and administrators were totally transparent regarding any changes of direction as it pertained to schools, staff, students, programs. To be less than transparent, as is the case with currently concerning the vote to close 2 of our West Side elementary or intermediate schools without any real parent or community notice or involvement would have been unheard of when our district was thriving. Honesty is a pretty basic assumption and a character trait we want in all of our students. And that begins with this board and this administration. You were not honest by failing to disclose this to this great community, your plans for closing this school. And the timing was a little interesting because the vote was taken after the April 4th election, it's my understanding. Trust and honesty, or the lack thereof, are shameful. Number 3, declining enrollment. We heard tonight we've lost 2,000 students. After continuing to gain students over many years, we have been bleeding students by the hundreds over the past few years. We just heard tonight, 2,000. I would ask this board and administration this question. Has there ever been an exit type interview of parents who have pulled their kids from this district? And I will ask you, if not, why not? I don't think that the reason kids are pulling their, or parents are pulling their children out of this district is because there's not going to be any new artificial turf for the Purple Knights to play football on. Number 4, academic outcomes. As an educator myself, a parent and a grandparent, I believe all students can learn and succeed. Remember, I grew up here. I saw it happen. Our number one concern should always be academic success. We are rated a 1-star district in a 5-star world, and that's not good enough. All students can learn. To think otherwise is the bigotry of low expectations. I reflect on a genius of a woman by the name of Marva Collins. She was the head of the West Side Preparatory School, an elementary school in an impoverished Garfield Park neighborhood in Chicago until 2008. She successfully educated low-income African American students by doing the following. Number 1, setting high academic expectations for all students. Number 2, emphasizing consistent discipline. And number 3, promoting a safe and nurturing learning environment. It doesn't cost much money. Rent the video or go on your YouTube or wherever you watch and watch the Marva Collins story. It's instructive. Something's very wrong here. Rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic would not have prevented that ship from sinking. Ladies and gentlemen, we are a sinking ship here. And lastly, it really, truly saddens me to tell you that Tom and I have 2 beautiful grandchildren in Beloit whose parents have chosen not to send them to the Beloit schools. You know, insanity is well defined, as we all know of, keeping on doing the same thing over and over and over again and expecting a different result. It won't work. I think this community wants you to be honest, to be transparent, to consistently carry out the code of conduct so that all students can learn in a safe environment. And last, keep academics as the number 1 focus. That's what school is for, to educate our children and help them to be successful in life. And right now, in this district, that's not happening for many kids. You all have it in your power to change all of this and right this sinking ship.
Okay, Mrs. Nightingale, you're at your time.
The community will be watching closely, and I thank you for your time.
But I do want to ask you a question.
bet.
I'm seeking additional information from the speaker. Honesty and transparency. When you say we're not being honest, are you calling us liars?
No.
What do you mean?
No, it's okay. Let's give the type of integrity and honesty to everyone that everyone deserves. I'm saying when the voters go to the polls, and vote on members to be on this board, to whatever they vote on. They don't have all the information. But that was voted on, I believe it was, this reconfiguration of closing the schools was voted on, am I correct, on April 4th? Yes. Is that, I stand corrected if it's incorrect.
Reconfiguration conversation.
Okay, wouldn't that have been valuable information for the community to have prior to voting for school board members? That's my point about honesty and transparency, sir.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other issues?
Nope.
Thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Mary Ann Spim.
When I came here tonight, I was really angry about what you've done to close both schools on the west side. But after hearing Kay, now I'm fighting tears because I feel really bad about what you've done to this school district. Really. And you talk about a lack of transparency. Yes, indeed. Transparency is an attribute revealed through behavior by our leaders. You handpicked the committee members for the reconfiguration meetings. You didn't make them public until a private citizen hired an attorney, and then they were made open. Plenty of taxpayer money was spent by you to promote the referendum, but none, zippity-doo-dah, none, to announce the plan to close Cunningham and McNeil. Written comments from the public wanted them left open. They did not want them to close, but you voted to close them on election night, while many of us were at watch meetings, watch parties, watching what was happening with that election. You didn't even wait for the results of the referendum to come through. And you're not closing Cunningham anyway. You're bringing Beloit Learning Academy students into that school instead of allowing West Side students to continue learning there. What sense does that make? None. If you need to cut spending, you start cutting spending from the top down. Why are so many students leaving this district? You should have figured that out and cured it a long time ago. 200 students a year leaving this district, and you're our leaders. Start leading.
Next, we have Teresa Johnson and Isaac Johnson.
Teresa Johnson, 1621 Indian Road.
Isaac Johnson, same address. I yield my time.
And on a very different note, last fall, some of you know, I had major spinal surgery. During the original consultation, the neurosurgeon assured me that the previous spinal surgery I had had 13 years ago was the best possible option for me at that time with the medical knowledge and technology of 2010. And that over the past decade, there have been improvements. So in my case, another spinal surgery with today's procedures would result in a positive outcome. At my first post-op appointment, the usually stolid surgeon smiled widely and proudly admitted, "I made a last-minute decision to use an old-school approach with your surgery." Imagine my surprise. After 13 years of nerve, muscular, and pain medications, this doc went old school with my spine? However, now, every morning when I wake, I don't wake up with pain. That's not my first sensation of every day. I can walk and move without medication and without pain. There is no way I can express how grateful I am to this surgeon who is smart enough to know an old way of doing something may yield the best results for a given situation. Think about the wisdom of this surgeon to pair old school approach with today's tools. The term old school evokes connotations of tried and proven success and reliability. The reason I share this with you is because it's all too easy to believe that any change is good and reform will provide better results. I do support trying new approaches and techniques, yet if these methods do not yield favorable results over time, then we should resort to more traditional old school practices. There are a few old school practices the district should return to that will improve academics and classroom behavior and cost nothing. The one I am discussing tonight is the district's practice of social promotion through elementary and middle school. Social promotion is the act of a student being passed up to the next grade level regardless of their tests, their classroom grades, or attendance. There are students in our classrooms with no motivation to learn or engage because they are aware no matter what, they will be promoted to the next grade. Unfortunately, some of these students also have parents who are absent or who are ambivalent to how their students are doing academically. While these situations can be sad and traumatic, having no academic expectations of the student is equally sad and traumatic. Rather than continuing with social promotion for all students, I suggest the district adopt a case-by-case basis and have in place the genuine support for that student to succeed. It is unrealistic to expect a student to be able to learn 7th grade science or history if they cannot read and write at even a 4th grade level. It is unfair to put that expectation on the student, just as it is unfair to expect every teacher to be able to accommodate such varied levels of ability in one classroom without extra support. There just simply isn't enough time in a 42-minute class period for one educator to achieve this with 20+ students. Some may believe being held back is emotionally damaging to students. Yet there are cases where it is exactly the opposite. Some students who are retained one school year end up being class leaders and role models for other students. About 10 years ago, back when I thought social promotion was beneficial, a friend shared with me that being held back in elementary school had been the best possible option for him. Today, he's a successful businessman and owns his own company. I encourage the school district to go old school when we revert to the old configuration. Let's raise our academic standards and expectations by increasing classroom support for our students and our teachers. Let's rid ourselves of the negative stigma of holding back students. Let's go old school in our approach to academics and truly meet the students where they are academically. Thank you.
Next, I have John Peterson.
Who's that?
Hi, I'm John Peterson, and I live up on Turnberry in Beloit. Got 2 kids graduated. And come on, phone, open up so I can get my notes. But tonight, this young man in the corner, he probably had a really good assessment. And he's the high school representative, I understand, if I'm not mistaken. And he just kind of uses common sense and his high school education to come to some very generalized, intelligent conclusions. And I'd like to say, one, thank you for being a student of Beloit because you're a shining star. But number 2, the problem goes to that is why couldn't all of you, is my problem, understand what he understood, specifically our new leader of our school district, and come to those same conclusions? That rests with you
and yet he can figure it out. That's a real problem. Number two, we all have social media, most of us. Facebook's that big thing, there's Twitter. And all of these people he had to do was put out a survey on Facebook to all the people of Beloit. Enter your address, and you can be entered in the survey. And so, like, if I did a survey like that, hypothetically, and I put out, are you in favor of closing both schools on the west side or keeping one school open on each side? And I were to ask this room, hypothetically, by show of hands, would we keep one open on both sides of the river? By show of hands, guys? By show of hands? Really? Okay, well, that's not hard. But if you don't have that common knowledge, that common sense, maybe it's time for you to step aside and let some other people take these seats. Since you all have most of you have been ingrained in your seats, the problem now has seen a decline in our school system, and that attributes to you directly. And that rests on you. And I hope to see things change next April.
Next, I have Mark Abdur Rashid. Rashil? Sorry if I mispronounced that.
I'm Mark Abdur Rashid, and I'm here about the school closing. And let me say first, initially, I didn't think it was a good decision either, but I kind of felt like we got to trust our people. They obviously did it for a reason. But after hearing about what I've heard to be Policy 990, I'm kind of on board with, I feel like it was a lack of transparency. So for the referendum, 1 million robot calls, 1 million emails, even for half days at school that we know are scheduled off, we get 1 million calls, 1 million emails. Now, my challenge to you guys is this. If I'm incorrect in feeling you weren't transparent, please share with us the outlets that were given for this decision, because I didn't see it. And so with that, I don't know how we move forward. I heard a lot today about making connections in the community. These connections are showing a lack of integrity but based on what we're seeing. Just like, the way to vote, I wasn't even aware that this happened the day of the vote. Like, I heard some things being said today that was like as if some of the business at hand that you guys deal with is kind of over the community's head. That's the implications I got from the conversation. But it's not over our head that you haven't been transparent. You see what I'm saying? Like, you can't talk like it's a super complex situation that we don't understand, but we do understand community. And so we live in the community. And if we're not going to be upfront with a decision this big to close a school, to shut down the whole side of the community, that's troubling moving forward. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like now in my mind, what other backdoor deals are going on that we not privy to? That's how it feels. That's exactly how it feels. It feels like y'all willing to make decisions for us without us. And that's not cool. We on the east side, so I'm not even affected by the school closing. But because of the relationship I share with some of the people that's sitting before me, I was disturbed to learn that. I was totally disturbed to learn that. And so it's like, man, did nobody pull nobody coattail? Wasn't no, shoot a shot out, man, look, this is what we finna do. Like, that's troubling. That was troubling. So.
Next, I have Pamela Charles and Pierre Charles.
Michelle, I have one more person to yield time.
Greg Hadley, and I yield my time.
I need him to please fill out one of the pink forms in the hallway so I have all the information, please.
Pierre Charles. I'm at 2227 Carnforth Place. I'm a currently practicing general trauma acute care surgeon. I've lived here in Beloit
Yield your
for
time.
27 years. We've raised our kids here, and they went to the Beloit Public Schools. But since Mr. Levy has said not to be repetitive, I'm going to yield all my time to my wife because she's going to say what I was going to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I start with this that I came prepared, I do want to tell you all that on your website, on the agenda, on board docs, it says about the consent agenda, anyone who would like to have something removed, a board member or a citizen, just needs to let someone know. I let you know because there were fentanyl overdose-related policies on your consent agenda tonight, and you have them up for first reading. They don't need 2 readings. These were written by nurses and by school district administrators. We should have Narcan in our buildings right now, and we don't, and that's just shameful. Visitors, students, teachers, you don't know who's going to need Narcan. The janitor, you never know. But we've had recent deaths, many of them right in our city, because people are being poisoned by fentanyl. So my request to have that taken off of the consent agenda was because I want to make sure that we get these policies in place right now without a second reading, which is completely unnecessary in this case. It's not a controversial thing. We need Narcan in our schools. And I'm very disappointed that Mr. Levy, you made a new rule for me, not the rule that's on board docs, that a citizen can request things to be removed from the consent agenda and discussed separately. You made a rule for Pam Charles, okay? And that's not okay. So if you're going to change the rule, please change it for everyone in your agenda. And I do hope that you will all get those approved as soon as possible. It would really be a tragedy to see something happen that didn't have to happen because we don't have Narcan in our schools. On January 20th, I saw on the district's website the mention of an ad hoc committee formed to help plan the reconfiguration. I emailed the board president about the ad hoc committee, and he responded by saying, the committee on the webpage is a committee that Dr. Garrison formed to have parent feedback and input as he studies reconfiguration of the school district. I explained to the board president that parents felt out of the loop and that these meetings needed to be open to the public. He disagreed. He said there was no lack of transparency, quote. So I was forced to hire an attorney and possibly file a lawsuit to open these meetings so that there would be transparency. After the board received my attorney's letter, the meetings were repeated, but not with the same people, with new people. They were then open to the public. The only records, though, that we have of these meetings are photographs of comments written by small work groups that were formed during the meetings. It would seem that the administration would include suggestions that support their recommendation to close both schools on the west side, but the photo is included in Superintendent Garrison's presentation made to the board on April 4th and again last night, show only comments asking that we not close schools on both sides on one side of Beloit. The comments ask that we leave a school open on each side of town. Community members who attended these meetings also expressed that layoffs should include administrators, not just teachers. The board keeps telling us that administrators have a timeline for layoffs. We heard it again tonight. This is true in the case of annual non-renewals, but it's not true in the case of layoffs due to staff reduction. Administrator contract language clearly states that administrators can be discharged from employment as part of staff reductions with only a 30-day notice. There is no reason that administrators cannot be laid off as part of these staff reductions and budget cuts. We have to remember the primary role of the school district of Beloit is to educate children, not to employ adults. So while I disagree with the level of community input, saying that the level of community input was sufficient by any means, what input we did contribute seems to have been completely disregarded by the board. Policy 990, recently reviewed by this board, states the board shall seek both professional advice and advice from the community in making its final determination as to the retirement of any school facility. An ad hoc committee broadly representative of West Side and East Side parents, teachers, and other community members should have been formed to thoroughly study the issue and make a recommendation along with the administrative team to the board. I wrote to this board on April 4th regarding items on the consent agenda again that needed to be removed and addressed individually so that there would be transparency of hundreds of thousands of dollars being spent on this program called New Route. But even as I carefully reviewed the agenda for April 4th, nowhere did I see the agenda mention any vote to possibly close both middle schools on the west side of town. If you had let people know, this room would have been overflowing like it is tonight on April 4th. Our student rep would have given the speech he gave tonight on April 4th. Would it have mattered? I don't know, but it's not too late to reconsider your decision. You tell us that we should have known, but how are we supposed to know? The slide presentation was not uploaded as it should have been according to board policy. The purpose of the agenda item was called Proposing Next Steps. The recommended action was to be determined. This would lead no one, especially more trusting individuals, to believe that you were about to close both middle schools on the west side. We all saw how freely funds were spent to make the public aware of the referendums. I don't know what you spent on it, maybe $100,000, maybe more. But if the tiniest fraction of that were spent on making us aware of what was happening on April 4th, you would have heard from this community. As a matter of fact, if only the April 4th board agenda posting were completely transparent, you would have heard from this community. It seems clear that you did not want to hear from this community. After all, no attempts were made to inform us of what was being proposed on April 4th, and the only opportunity to be heard by the board about this was last night, 2 weeks after you already voted. This board, this superintendent, and this district cannot succeed without public trust. And you won't have public trust if there is not complete transparency in all you do. We all know that buildings had to close. We can accept that. We cannot accept the board and the administration not working transparently with parents, teachers, and citizens. We often hear the phrase, better together. It's becoming cliche. Whether or not you reconsider your decision to close the West Side middle schools, please make this a turning point for this board. Examine each agenda item to be sure everything possible is uploaded to board docs. If you have been privy to a plan before the meeting, make sure the public also has time to review that plan before the meeting. Use the consent agenda as it is meant to be used, for less significant routine items and not for extremely important or expensive items. Make every meeting open unless it should legally be closed. Support transparency and don't accept anything less from each other or the administration. Transparency leads to trust. Please make it a board priority.
This is Charles. I want to clarify some inaccurate information.
Sure.
First, your depiction of the Reconfiguration Committee meetings and the legal correspondence that went from the board to you, your attorney and our attorney. Our attorney suggested that the way that we proceeded was fine.
I believe that.
And it is a matter that could be decided in court.
And it would have been.
Your lawyer says one thing. Our lawyer says something else.
Lawyers like to make money that way. I know the law about open meetings. I was a board president and a board member for 7 years.
Thank you. And you help the lawyers make lots of money with the things that you do here.
You want to talk about it, Sean? You're really being low class tonight, okay?
You also are a former board member.
I am a former board member.
So you know that how the board operates, your criticisms are taken, but some of the things that you are stating, they are inaccurate.
Name them.
And then other things we have
Name
difference
them.
of opinion.
I'm here. Tell me what I said that was inaccurate because I reviewed all of my emails tonight, Sean. I had to hire an attorney to open meetings that were supposed to be open. That should never happen in this district. Never. And it's a shame that I had to do that, but I'll do it every time, okay? And I'll do it for open records as well. This transparency has to stop. I was a board member for 7 years, and you know what I never said? I never said what you said last night. This is a hard job. We're people too. You know what? You ran against people. None of you got appointed or forced to serve. You wanted to be here. When you decide it's too rough, you can not run again or you can resign. But don't tell us how hard it is. It's hard being parents in this district too. It's hard being citizens. You know, we're all people. Respect us as people the way you want to be respected. And let us know what's happening in our school district.
Thank you. There is Narcan in the buildings.
Pardon me?
There is Narcan in the buildings if it's
Oh,
needed.
there's Narcan in the buildings right now. Being used, right?
I don't know if it's being used, but there's Narcan.
Just a point of clarification, as the policy chair, and we
Able to be
review-
used?
Yes, ma'am. Just a point of clarification, as the policy chair, when we reviewed those policies with Mrs. Babilius, there is Narcan in our buildings.
Do they feel
currently.
comfortable to use it? Because I've been told otherwise.
I have been told by Ms. Babilius, who's our Director of Nursing Services, that everyone is trained. There's the MERT team that's available, and that we are trained to use the Narcan.
Well, why don't you ask if they are allowed to? Because I was told today that they are not allowed to use the Narcan, and the policies need to get passed, okay? It's just, plus don't make new rules for me because you don't like me. If I want something off the agenda and it says I can have it off the agenda, pull it off.
I'm assuming you're speaking to me because you're looking at me, and I was just providing clarity
Thank
that
you.
there is Narcan in our buildings.
Well, let's make sure it can be used. Maybe a memo can go out tomorrow. It might save a life.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Our next speaker is Whitney Klein. And then I have Michelle Loyo, who's yielding time, and Joellen Klein. Not sure if she's speaking or yielding. You're going to talk? Okay.
Is that one that is yielding time?
Yes, only one yield, and the third one is going to actually talk when it's her turn.
So it'll be a 9-minute one?
Nope, 6.
Okay. Gotcha.
Hello, my name is Michelle Loyo, 1131 Central Avenue. I'm yielding my time to Whitney Klein. I just please ask that you listen with open minds and open hearts.
Hello, my name is Whitney Klein. Just to clarify, I am on a MERT team, and I was not trained on any Narcan, just to clarify that. But I'm a school social worker in the school district. I'm also a very proud Beloit alum. I went to Burge, Converse, McNeil, Beloit Memorial, and very proud to return back here to work and give back. So, as I said, I'm a school social worker. Part of that responsibility is advocating on some of our most vulnerable students, some of those including our McKinney-Vento students. I just wanted to speak about some of my work with that. As of right now, our busing policy for elementary age, which is up to 3rd grade, so about 8 years and younger, is to qualify for busing, you have to be over a mile of distance from the school. That includes our McKinney-Vento students. So for many situations, I've had 4- and 5-year-old homeless students who would not get busing. I've advocated and fought very hard all the way through the city and through the district and with Durham. And instead, I'm given a map that's mapped out their 0.9 mile distance to walk to school. So that's something that I've worked really hard to advocate for, and I've been really excited to hear Dr. Garrison talk about reducing that mileage next year. So with that, I did just want to start to talk about all of my Lady Lancers on the west side. So for anyone who doesn't know, Lady Lancer soccer team's been undefeated for 2 years, hasn't lost a game yet, so I urge the board to come and support. But with that, you know, right after the board made their decision, a lot of my students, we took time to recognize that their school was going to be closing. And many of them started to worry and panic that they wouldn't be able to play the sports next year due to not being able to walk, ride their bike, or carpool because they're going to have to drive across town, which to many people who aren't from here, that would sound ridiculous to not be able to cross a river, but for people who are born and raised here, that is an actual issue, and that's something that impacts us on a daily basis. So I'm urging to take that into consideration for our extracurriculars, because we want to make sure that we're being equitable and providing services to all of our families, not just those with transportation. I personally attended 3 reconfiguration meetings and spoke about a month ago here at the board to talk about why I choose to be here in the district. I voted for quite a few of you sitting there today, and through all of that, I really do feel unheard and not represented. At every reconfiguration meeting I attended, it was pretty unanimous that no one wanted two middle schools on one side of town. I just ask that out of all of those long sheets of paper with the markers written down, that those are looked at and represented from all of you. Not only that, but for those of us that are sitting here, I hope that you hear us all and we do the work. Similar to putting pronouns on every staff email, but not having specific policies in place to represent our LGBTQ students, staff, or families. I really hope that we hear what everyone is saying here, what everyone said at all of the reconfiguration meetings, and we really do the work. Thank you, and go Lancers.
Our next speaker then is Joellen Klein.
Hi. Better. Joellen Klein, Sherwood Drive, Beloit, Wisconsin. That is my beautiful, wonderful daughter, Whitney Klein, who went all the way, like she said, through public schools here in Beloit, and we were super, super proud. And I see people here I recognize, and most of the faculty, I'm sure, can remember me all through the schools because I was so involved. Like I said, we were super proud. I just wanted to say, my daughter works her whole body off to try to help people here in this situation, which I could go on and on, but I embarrass her. But she got the Miss Hickman Award in kindergarten. I could go on and on. She's amazing, and she's working for this school district and for all the children. A lot of worrying nights in her mind and trying to help, and definitely doesn't feel heard. I just want to say, being on the east side, because we moved there, we had already started over on that side of the school, and it was super important for her to keep that family, to keep that for just mental, social. It's what it is. It's super important if you guys all understand that now after COVID. So I drove her to McNeil every day. And it was a struggle. It was a struggle for her to be involved there. We did it because, that it was important. And I love the faculty there. It just saddens me because now, because of how the school district is, I have 2 little kids, and I am one of the families that won't be putting my children into the Beloit School District. And my daughter works a block away from me. And I would love them to attend that school. It's not the faculty. I love them all. It's the system here and the whole, being heard. I can go through a bunch of different things that I had to deal with all through school. And the reasons why I'm choosing not to do that. And if I'm the one that was, earning money here and giving everything I had to help everyone in the system, and now I choose not to put my children here, I'm sure there's so many more. And what you're doing by closing that school over there, it's a big problem. I'm sure that most of you know that are on the east side. I love Woodman's. Just saying, it's hard to get to Woodman's sometimes, let alone every single day, and then back for sports or back for clubs or whatever, I I don't know. I just think you should rethink it. And I just want to say I wish that I could be, Beloit School District proud again and put my 2 little ones into the school. I'm not the only one. I wish I could say, that was different. I hope the best. I just wanted to say that there's so many reasons why this is a bad idea. And I'm confused why you think it's a good idea. And so I don't know if I missed that somewhere, but that's all I really wanted to say is I hope the best for you guys, and I hope that you really, really think about this and think about the children and, the quality of all of it, family, all of it. So anyway, I see. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Our next person is Tyree Earl.
I'm Tyree Earl. I'm a teacher here in the District of Beloit. I have a child, so I'm a parent of a child that is in the district. Been in the community for over 20 years. I have tons of family members and things like that in the community. And then the reason why I'm speaking is I want to challenge everyone in here, everyone that's listening, to find something positive in this. I know, and I've heard a lot of negative. I've heard you guys. I challenge you to find something positive in this. There's always something positive, and our youth hears a lot of this. And as a teacher, I hear it on a daily basis. I see the kids, I see the anxiety, the fear, the lack of effort academically, and I just fear what is to come if we, the leaders of our households, our community, become divided. I believe the measures that have been put before us was not to divide us, not to anger the community, not to pull our students from the community, but to try to bring us together. Change is not always easy, but sometimes it is necessary. The community that we grew up in, things have changed. So I challenge everyone in here to try to find the light through the darkness, no matter how dark you picture it, how you see it, because like I said, as a teacher, I see it. I'm with my students on a daily basis. Some days I actually spend more time with students than I do with my own family. So I really put forth a lot of effort into our youth. I'm a coach. I do a lot of things in the community. So I just challenge our leaders to please, no matter how deep you have to go, to find the light, find something positive so that when our kids approach us and say, oh, I'm a McNeil Lancer and I have to go to Aldridge, you as a parent, as a grandparent, as an aunt, uncle, whatever you are to that kid, can say and give them some type of encouragement, something that will brighten their day and make it easier for them to get on the bus, for them to go to school, and for them to try their best. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Sorry, our last speaker is Bob Fitzsimmons and Deborah Fitzsimmons.
Thank you for the opportunity to listen to me tonight. I'm Bob Fitzsimmons. I was born on the West Side, and I've lived on the West Side most of my entire life. I attended Bird School I went to Roy School, followed by Lincoln Junior High, Aldridge, and I'm a proud Beloit Memorial graduate. I also have 2 children who are proud Beloit Memorial graduates, and they will tell you one of the best things that ever happened to them was they grew up in a multicultural community. I know this community. I know its people. In fact, I know all of you as former students or colleagues. Now, I think those of us who know this community recognize that Beloit has been and always has been a small town with big city problems and big city issues. But those of us who stay, we stay because we think we can change those things and make them better. And so each and every day we get up and try to figure out how to do that. Now, there's constant challenges. And I think there are some of you who prefer to attack these guys. I'm not one of them. Public service, as Bobby Kennedy said, is a great honor. And so I'm challenging you folks tonight to listen, but not take it personal. I think being in a public position sometimes, you know, somebody once said, hey, if you can't take the heat, get out of the kitchen, okay? You're getting some heat tonight, and I hope you're feeling a little bit burned, okay? But I hope that doesn't dissuade you to moving in a better direction. I'm not interested in being a fault finder, but let's be some problem solvers here. Clearly, you all say that listening to people is a priority for you. But clearly, in this case, it didn't happen. You didn't hear, or it wasn't presented to you, or the opportunities weren't there. And so, you know, we got to take and look at this as a big decision. And big decisions sometimes take time. And we don't need to rush here, okay? We got to get moving, but we don't need to rush. And so what I'm asking you to do is take some time to build some consensus on this thing. You know, for 100 years, I think when they built Lincoln and Roosevelt, there's been a West Side junior high or intermediate school or middle school. And that's just part of our history. It's part of the fabric of the community. There's a West Side community, there's the East Side community, but people who aren't from Beloit don't get that. They don't get that. That's always been about competing for resources. And it's a healthy thing. It's not, you know, when you get to be at Purple Knights, you don't care whether you came from the West Side or the East Side, okay? You just hope you beat, you know, Janesville. Now, closing the West Side Middle School is a bad idea, okay? It's detrimental to the West Side. It's detrimental to West Side property values. It's detrimental to economic development on the West Side. And you know, if you take down property values, you're taking down your tax base there a little bit too. So I want you to think about that. And you also need to recognize that this is not good for West Side kids and their parents. Now, imagine, if you would, for a minute, that somebody had proposed closing the East Side junior highs and moving everybody to the West Side. There'd be a few more people here tonight, I think. So I'm thinking to myself that, you know, your parents, you know what it's like. You get up in the morning, you get yourself dressed, you go down and make sure the backpacks are packed, you make sure that there's some cereal, or, you know, if you're really lucky, you know, mom's making, you know, eggs and bacon, but probably not, okay? And then you're going up and you're waking up your kids, who aren't probably all that keen on getting up too early. And you're trying to get them dressed, and you're trying to get them out the door. and you're trying to get them out the door with a positive attitude and ready to learn. Now, I don't care if you are the most organized parent in the world with the best routines in the world, and I'm talking about a few homes, okay? It's a challenge to get your kids up and off to school. Now, right now, a whole lot of kids can walk to school. A whole lot of parents can actually drive their kids to school, which maybe is 5 or 10 minutes from where they live. Now, those of you who are from Beloit know better. If you're trying to go from the east side to the west side, or the west side to the east side, it takes a little bit of time. There are only 2 arteries. You can go over that bridge or this bridge, okay? Or you can go way up into the Turner District. We're not doing that, okay? You're going this way or that way. Now, then when you get up there, you got to go down, you know, White Avenue. You got to go down Milwaukee Road. And, you know, it takes a long time to get there. So now all of a sudden, what is a 10 or 20-minute trip to school is now a 30 to 40-minute trip to school. And, you know, you still got to get those kids up. You got to get them up earlier now, though. So what I'm asking you is to think differently about this. I'm reading a book right now, David McCullough's. It's a biography of Harry Truman. And most people remember Harry Truman as this guy who didn't shirk responsibility. He didn't blame other people for his mistakes. He was the guy who said, hey, the buck stops with me. And what he did say...
Is there someone who will yield time to Mr. Fitzsimmons so he can get another 3?
Thank
Fill out the card so we can...
I'm almost done anyway. But Harry Truman said, the buck stops with me. And they said, hey, Mr. Truman, you know, aren't there times when you worry that you could make the wrong decision? And he says, no, I never worry about that. And they said, you never worry about that? Why don't you ever worry about that? He says, because I could make another decision to correct it. Okay? So what I'm asking you to do is to make another decision to correct it. Okay? You're more informed now. I don't blame you for where you're at. But you need to take another look at this thing. And so really at the conclusion of people's comments tonight, let's do something real simple. Something that takes a little bit of courage and integrity, which I know you all have. Somebody up there make a motion to reconsider the plan. Somebody make a motion to second the motion. And somebody up there say, yeah, we kind of heard enough about this, so we don't need a lot of discussion. And so I'm going to move the question or call the question and vote. And vote unanimously to give each other a little bit of coverage here, okay? And go back to the drawing board and come up with a better plan. You know that you need to have an east side and a west side school in this particular situation, and that's not hard to do. We have time to figure that out. And we have buildings that can be reconfigured to do different things with. Thank you.
Mrs. Shope, do we have any other public comment?
I do not.
Okay.
I did have one question for Bob, though, if that's okay, a clarifying question.
Yeah.
So you said you grew up on the west side of town,
I did.
and then you said you went to Aldrich?
Yeah, that was a harebrained idea that somebody had years ago when I was at Lincoln. Lincoln was a junior high.
Right.
7, 8, 9. Okay, and we had some kind of declining enrollment. I don't remember what the issue was. But somebody decided, hey, we're going to go to a 2-2-2 system. So my 8th grade year, whether it was the 9th grade still at Lincoln, my 9th grade year, I got bused over to Aldrich for 9th and 10th grade, and then came back to Beloit Memorial for 11th and 12th grade. I hated that. I hated riding the bus. I hated, having to, if I needed to stay after for extra help.
But that went on for many years, correct?
Just stopped. I got it.
So that was another harebrained
But that went on for many years, where 9th and 10th grade kids from all over the city were bused to Aldrich.
Right.
what, east side, west side, all went to Aldrich for 910, correct?
For 910. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
So as we close this evening, I just want to say thank you to all, that's each and every, all citizens for your comments, your expressions. You know, that I grew up on the east side, went to school on the west side. My parents were so happy what was going on in Cunningham. I rode the bus over there. And then I came to Aldridge and then high school. And we all have our stories and our experiences. And even as Mr. Fitzsimmons explained, there's been some different plans because we've been in different situations. We're not going to take any drastic action that is not scheduled tonight. We do have new board members that are coming. Our commitment and what was explained when citizens did ask about this, because some people have seen that, yeah, some change is going to happen because over the last 10 years, some of the changes that we're discussing tonight that have all been brought up in different people's comments, some of these things have not been addressed in our community. These questions have gone unanswered and nothing has been done about these things. So everyone that is here and that is coming, as I thank Board Member Winfield for his service tonight, we know what we did when we signed those papers and decided to come serve. What we will do is what we have been trying to do as a board. We come to decisions, and these are just some of the informal norms that we have working so you can understand them. We come to some decisions, and especially when we're experiencing new things, like something different happens that has never happened in our community or has never happened for the 7 of us that are having to make these decisions, we stop and pause and say, hey, that's different. Let's figure out what's going on so the school board and superintendent can move together. Where's the disconnect at with what we're planning? Where's the disconnect at with our community? So again, there was a session last night and we're hearing tonight. There's lots of things that are impacting the decisions that we have to make, and you are aware of some of them. And none of this began 3 years ago or 4 years ago. But my point is, Board Member Nichols was sworn in tonight, that we're the 8 people at this part, and working with the employees and the families that we have, we're the ones who have to make this decision now. So as we continue to go, agenda items will be posted. We'll do our best to communicate because we know that we are serving you and you have been heard. So at that, I just have to say, stay tuned, and then we'll go from there. Is there a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Aye.
This meeting is adjourned. All right. So, as a lefty,